UKEL Week 4, Day 1. We're still on the recaps because of, client things. But soon, we should be on to live. So stay tuned for one last potential time. But for today, we got a lot of good games to come through. This day, to be fair, is one of the better stacks in terms of series. Because I feel like a lot of teams very close together, going to give you a lot of confrontation, going to give you a lot of close games, maybe some down to the wire ones, 40-minute Elder Drake Barons, but we'll see how that one goes. But right now, I'm here with Temporal and Doctor, two faces that if you've watched UKL before, you should very much know.
How are you? I think we've been around at this stage a little bit. How are you? Yeah. Good evening. How are you doing, Doctor?
We're doing all right. We're doing all right. Ready to dive on in to some high-quality Legend League.
Okay, fair enough. That's a bit, the high energy coming through. I like it. But game 1, Belfast Storm versus Lions Creed Academy. I feel like Lions Creed, they are just kind of the kings of the UKL at the moment. Can they be dethroned by Belfast Storm? It's a big question, because I do feel like they're a little bit temperamental day by day. Sometimes we get amazing Belfast Storm, sometimes we get not so good Belfast Storm. But Lions Creed, they have been pretty consistent in one thing, mid to late game team fights. But let's quickly talk about the roster. Let's bring up the team of Lions Creed Academy first. And Temporal, talk us through the team that we've talked about many a time and many people will know.
Yeah, of our top 3, Lions Creed came out ahead. And, this being the final day of the first round robin, we will get to see whether they hold that title halfway into the split after this game. First, Porp, QQR, Spark, and the Heathen from the, I suppose you could say, UK land scene now, after the UK university scene. Looking pretty strong. I'm enjoying their games. We've critiqued some of their early games, but they've mastered the style that the previous Belfast Storm used to great effect. And that's hold on tight. Late game will come eventually, and we should win that.
And I feel like in general, the early game, it was worse in some of the earlier stages. I think they've kind of tightened up a little bit, but their team fighting has stayed consistent. And let's run the VT, because I want to talk a little bit about QQR today, right? Because I feel like we talk about Porp a lot. We've talked about the top side. We talk about the bot lane, because everyone loves bot lane for some reason. But mid lane, I feel like hasn't had the same status. And Doctor, they're just good at team fighting. Even when it looks bad, they manage to make it go their way.
I mean, fundamentally, you look over at this Lions Creed team, it never is going to matter how good they are early, how good they are at lane, because they've all been playing together for something like 7 odd years or something. QQR and Porp as a duo have been around since 2019, proven grounds. And normally this is manifested in, Heathen and Porp making like dives on bot lane. Or just making plays together in and around because they're always on the same page. But even when they can't do that to get some sort of early advantage, it doesn't matter because they know exactly what every one of them is going to do in the team fight. And it's a great example of how, experience and teamwork is a valuable skill. And it's like, hey, it doesn't matter if we're not the micro best, doesn't matter if, we get snowballed on early. We can very confidently demonstrate the value of this particular skill set.
Yeah, and I want to, as I said, highlight QQR. Let's bring up the stats, because I'm telling you, we did a whole thing last season in the winter about don't let people have their one tricks, right? This isn't even a one trick, but just stop playing this man and play Corki.
What's it even matter, though? I mean, he plays every mage in the books, again, since 2019.
Veigar as well.
Every game, it was Orianna and Olaf or Hecarim. Every single game when he made his debut back then. And nowadays, it's Veigar, it's Azir, it's Corki. Yeah, Corki's a little bit strong, to be sure.
Yeah,
I feel like he's just going to do it on anything.
Temporal, any takes on that one? Ban the Corki, leave the Corki? Where are you standing?
It's tough. Corki normally just about gets through, just because it's like, it's pretty good. It's not quite good enough to warrant frequent bans, such as Karma, and some of the real power picks. I think it has been nerfed slightly for the patch we're on today, so the Corki will come down. But whether QQR still makes it look fantastic, we'll have to see. It's probably getting through. We'll see if Lions Creed still gravitate towards this artillery from mid.
But let's see who has to take on the scary team of Lions Creed, right? It's Belfast Storm. Let's bring up this roster. Let's have a little bit of a chat. Obviously, again, some names that we have known for a little bit of time, and one of your favorites, Doctor there, Dunlosi, back on this roster. Talk us through the rest.
I mean, look, it's a pretty solid roster, all things considered, on paper, right? You look at it and these guys, they're all right. Limsey, been around a while. I think the only member sticking around from the old Belfast days. And team's been doing okay down on bot as well. However, as with every team, Dunlosi finds himself often being, the linchpin. As I trying to remember if he is now tied for most wins of UKL, because before it was Vayne, God, and Limsey, but then last split coming in, I think I'm not sure if he's like tied now or. I've lost track over the years.
We'll get stats on it.
Yeah,
we'll get the big
if anyone knows, that'd be great, because I don't. But I've been saying since time and time again, Dunlossie can't keep getting away with it. And last week he didn't. We see that there's an early trade top in the Paragon game. Shin has to, blow both sums. He teleports back. You think, oh, he's stacking a big wave. Dunlossie is going to run from one side of the map to the other to go do this dive. He loves the dive. He lives for the dive. And conveniently for him, his top laner has lost a massive trade, and somehow that's worked out in his favor because TP's a bit of a strong summoner. So the dive's very nicely set up, and you know what, Paragon, they see it coming. Rob lets the boys know before they get into games. Says, fellas, we gotta deal with this one somehow.
There's
they
a
turn
big
up,
dive,
boom.
big power.
Yeah. Big counter gank. Suddenly Shin is like 0-7 or whatever he was, as they just keep on coming back. So now we found not only are people starting to take note of Dunlossie's tricks and let it be known that I don't think he's a one-trick pony at all. I just think if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it has now been broken, and we've seen that Shin can then be exposed even further. Not exposed. Not exposed as in fraud, but exposed as in like weaknesses. We just keep going top. And he's not really going to be able to have a lot to do about that. So maybe there's a couple of options here now up against Belfast.
Yeah, no, we'll have to have a look and see how that one goes. Obviously, Belfast Storm, they haven't had the greatest record, right? They've lost against some good teams, right? They lost against Venom Crest and Ruddy. They also have lost to Verzik and Paragon, who people would say are kind of some of the lower teams, but they beat DMG and Nuclear Vikings. So it's kind of middle of the pack for them. I do wonder where they're going to end up at the end of the season. Obviously, this is still the last day of the first round robin, so a lot of games to go. As you said, things can be corrected, things can be changed in that time, and I'm sure the team are able to do so. But with this being said, it's a steep hill today. I feel like there's no point in pretending that it's all even Stevens. I feel like Lions Creed are definitely the major favourites in this matchup. And what I want to ask you is, if you were kind of talking about Belfast Storm maybe having a little bit of a game plan, things we can stick to, I want to get your opinion on what can we kind of take away from how Lions Creed have played as to how to win against them, Temporal.
In my mind, you could you've got it if you crush them before 25, which I think is harder in the new season, just from a personal standpoint, where items sit, how you can accelerate through a mid game. Rift Herald coming later with its infrastructure breaking, like buys you an extra wave or two of at least time, even if like the brakes are off and everything's gone wrong. I don't think Belfast should probably go for that. If you're struggling yourself, but ramping extra pressure is difficult. So we'll see if anyone else uses that Lions Creed weakness. If Belfast they're going to do it, they've got to lean into comfort, maybe Azir Xin Zhao mid 2v2, and just really, really relax in. It's what Lions Creed are great at, with their trust, with their teammates coming together over long periods of time, then playing through those late game fights, holding on for those late game fights, not faltering. Belfast have got to find a way to engage the same sort of gameplay and then move from that level playing field forward.
Okay, fair enough. Any final words, Doctor? I feel like we're going to be getting into Champ Select very soon. So any last takeaways for the game plan potentially against Lions Creed?
No. I mean, I'm very interested in the jungle matchup because they're both slight psychopaths. Well, no, Dunlossie not so much, but he's always going to try that dive. Now maybe he's a little bit less confident on it.
We could definitely, neither of these junglers are afraid to, engage with each other and say hi, be friends.
Well, no. The thing about Porp is not so much he's afraid to, or not afraid to engage. He's not afraid to do nothing. The amount of times I've seen this man, we saw it last week for 30 seconds straight. He was stood next to not 30, but he was stood next to the crab. So I'm not doing it. I'm not putting a single auto on this thing in case I'm needed top. And it works. I watched him at LAN. He will sit there in a bush in top lane for 45 seconds. I counted. He did not move. He's like, the gank's going to work. And somehow it does. It just does. Anytime that, over lockdown, I did some coaching stuff. I get loads of, bronze clients come on through, spending out their government money over the lockdowns. And then the first thing they say, every time I watch the VODs, I'm like, bro, you're just stood still for like 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Like, if the gank's not happening, it's not happening. And then I have to go to LAN and I see Porp do it on a stage and win a comically oversized check. Am I wrong? Is this just how you play the game? I don't know, but there's gonna be a dive set up top. And Porp is going to sit in the bush waiting 2 minutes for a Dunlossie, and Dunlossie's going to, maybe he's still going to turn up, because they'll see that he's bot, and Dunlossie will run straight top for the dive, and Porp will sit there waiting for it to happen. This is going to be a 10 CS per hour jungle matchup. I'm telling you now. It's...
Sounds like you got a bit of a pet peeve against junglers, to be honest. But with that being said,
Pet peeve
let's
against it
bring
working.
up the draft. Let's bring up the draft. Yeah, do you sit in the bush? Do you not sit in the bush? I guess these are questions all to be answered at some point and surely in the game. But let's get into it. Let's see what was picked in the end. Belfast Storm going for a bit of a different look here. Going for the silent on the top. Jack's going to be going in that jungle, right? As Zerayumi. We saw this last week, this Zerayumi. And I want to know, what do you guys think about it?
I'm a fan. I think it's high risk, high execution, but it does weave in nicely in current meta. I think just being able to skate through a longer fight, have a longer uptime than something like a Misfortune, something like a Lucian perhaps, and you're sort of this ever-present threat that can punish someone who's grouping. And if Lions Creed Academy are doing anything, it's holding on, letting Azeri get to 4 items, and then grouping.
Okay. On the other side, though, Lions Creed going back to some classic picks of them. The Senna in the bot lane. They brought out the Karma, which I believe is going down with the Senna. The Veigar going to be on QQR's hands as well, because the Corki was banned. So I do say, Belfast, they did kind of stick to that game plan. But it feels like Lions Creed, they've got a whole host of power picks.
Yeah, I'm trying to kind of figure out who's going where on the Lions Creed side. Because, okay, there's Porp's in jungle. That one's easy. It's most likely going to be, QQR on Veigar, but you could do Senna Veigar and you could run Karma mid. You could put Aatrox in any 3 of these positions. Like, again, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen Spark play Aatrox, and it would depend on how the lane goes. But you could imagine if a week early Zerayumi and you want to just absolutely put it to him, like maybe she's a short range ADC. It's probably Aatrox top and Karma down bot with Senna, and that just sounds so painful to get through at any point in this game when you have the Senna, the Karma, and the Veigar. It's like the Aatrox, he's kind of just there, but the rest of them, massive literal walls. The cage, the Xin ult, so many things to stop you trying to get into them. The only issue is then how do you, what do? Do you have any poke to go with that? Do you have any range to help out with that isn't just like a Karma Q or maybe an Aatrox or flank? Because I think
Senna range becomes a little bit crazy in the later stages as well.
Yeah. I mean, I just see a world where there's like a Sion engage or a Azir shuffle, and as long as you don't get hit by the cage during the shuffle, it's a kingdom. So it's hard to go into Lions Creed, but there are ways to force if you really need to, and Lions Creed don't have too much aggression outside of that. I don't know.
Kind of why I want the Veigar bot. I think the Karma gives over a bit too much power. The leeching of shields is going to be annoying, as if Yuumi didn't get Zeri Immortal anyway. And if you're going to opt in, you opt in for the scaling with the Veigar. The Karma pushing them under tower doesn't do a lot.
Well, the Veigar's like the historic counter to Azir, right? There's Veigar and Zed, because
I think
Azir early stuns himself. But it's so easy to just poke him out and to stack up passive procs. He can never shuffle because the cage. He can never go in. He can very rarely go out. And then if ever he goes for an auto early game before he's got Zerkas, if he wants to buy those before he started getting Nash's attack speed, you just drop a WQ on top of him. Boom, half his health is gone. So he probably is the Veigar mid because it's just a great matchup and we know QQR loves it. But
are you worried at all about the late game of Belfast Storm? Because obviously they've got Sion, they've got Zeri, they've got Jax, they've got Azir. They all scale up well. And we've talked about how Lions Creed, they like to play for that mid, they like to play for that late game. Do you feel like Belfast Storm have almost just adjusted to that and said, okay, you know what, we're going to be in the late stage. We're just going to make a team that can handle it?
They've lent into it. Jax in the jungle does not get as much gold and doesn't become that side lane threat quite as fast as his sort of lane persona. He doesn't pick up kills as fast at objectives. It's risky to become that all-in presence.
But at the same time, he's a complete menace against Xin. Now, normally I don't like talking about jungle 1v1 matchup, but it's true because at any point, Dunlossie can jump on Porp and be like, hey, what are you going to do? You're not going to knock me up. I'm just going to take a good trade on you and then probably be able to queue out as well. So that makes it very difficult for the Xin who Xin has to do something early. He wants to get involved. For Jax is kind of okay scaling. But at the same time, when Porp wants to do something, he has to be so worried that Dunlossie isn't there because Dunlossie doesn't really do a lot on the Jax here. But he can make sure Porp can't do anything either. And if neither of them do anything, Jax outscales. So there's now a lot of pressure and a lot of sort of like psychological warfare going on for Porp here. It's like, well, I have to do something, but if I do it and Dunlosty's here, I lose. And if he's not here, I lose because he's scaling. And so, yeah, I think it's a really fun card, a really good, a really fun game looking lined up.
Okay. Well, with that being said, I want to get the last kind of questions in. Who do you think is taking this one? Like, how are you favoring it comp-wise alone? If we took the logos off, who are you saying has won draft tempo? You can go first.
I'm the bigger fan of the Belfast Storm composition. I think both teams are leaning into that late game comfort zone. We identified that's the way to then get an even playing ground. Whether it's enough to get them over the line, though, this is a lot of Lions Creed comfort. I'm not sure.
I think very much similar. I mean, it's just from raw comp. I look at it, like Belfast has a slight edge because of what I was saying earlier about how Sion can force into this, but it's this Lions Creed team. It's these 4 and bust have been playing together for generations. They know how to pull off a hard comp like this. No one else in the league has any near as much experience in making that happen. So I don't know.
Okay. Well, with that being said, I don't know if generations is the exact term I would go for, but either way, it's definitely been a while. But let's get into this one. Let's send it over to our casters for game 1. Dalax and Jika, take us away.
Hello, one and all. Thank you so much for bringing us into this beautiful game. Lions Creed versus Belfast Storm. I think it is going to be an absolute belter. And Shika, what do you think of this?
It's going to be a bit of a game. It's going to be an interesting game, to say the least. I mean, these drafts look about as explosive as you're going to get for Belfast Storm and Lions Creed. So just a case of waiting and seeing just how this plays out.
Yeah, should be a definitely interesting game to say the least. Lions Creed obviously having that playstyle that we've heard the hosts and analysts talk about, where they kind of like explode after a certain point. Belfast Storm struggling to kind of find their footing so far this season, like kind of solidly sitting at that kind of 2-4 record. This is their chance to try and like usurp one of the gods of the Four Nations.
Definitely their chance to put themselves back on the map. I'm pretty curious as to just how these lanes play out. Looking at Zeri, Yuumi, and Takama Senna. Zeri, of course, no longer leeches those shields, so the poke is not going to be as easy to deal with. You got Veigar versus Azir in the mid lane. Veigar is heavily outranged in this matchup. Are we going to see a solo kill there? And then in the top lane, you got a standard Bruiser versus tank matchup. But as was mentioned on the desk, these two junglers, they love to just sit in bushes and wait, look for dives, look for really off-the-cuff ganks. There's going to be a lot happening. There's going to be a lot happening this game.
Yeah, definitely a lot of explosive force on both sides. I'm very interested in the way of Lions Creed as well, because they're playing a team that, like, obviously it plays their scaling style, right? Like, I'm looking at Veigar, I'm looking at Senna, and the longer this game goes on for, just the bigger and bigger power this team's going to accrue. But more importantly as well, if they can grab an early lead, looking over at the Xin Zhao as well as the Karma bot, they can grab some kind of, like, early lead by the horns, it will kind of roll with their scalers, and they would completely dominate this match. So they're probably going to be looking for a kind of competitive first blood, if you ask me.
Competitive is definitely one way to look at it. The question is, where is it going to come from? I mean, all of these lanes have the chance to bring us that first blood. So if I had to guess, I'd say top lane.
Yeah, I guess time will tell. So we've got that action kind of focused on there. All lanes scrapping at the moment, and it's just looking to be Bust trying to box out the Belfast Storm from that top lane. But we're going back to bot. There's a little bit of scrappage going on here, and really, I think this is what it's going to be for the foreseeable future. Just little taps, little pokes from this center, racking up the damage, but more importantly, grabbing souls from Belfast Storm to stack up quicker than they could before.
Just trying to get to those big spikes at every interval. Of course, every 20 souls Senna gains that range increase, and that's really what they're after. But I'm looking at Porp's clear here. Wolves to chickens to Krugs. Looks like a bit of a skipped clear towards the bot side. Possibly looking for something early on the top side, if I had to guess, based on the fact that both Gromp and Blue were skipped. Whereas Dunlosi just going for a full... Never mind, looking for an early gank bot, it looks like. Maybe full clear? Which is standard for Dunlosi.
Yeah, definitely. The clearing order on Porp is a weird one to say the least. I do like the way that they were kind of floating around mid though, ready to kind of like dive in if they ever needed to. But this Ashley in top lane is exactly what you said, Jika. This is where it's at. Bust just boxing Shin out all the time. Shin's got this character, Sion, needs that kind of time to charge up, needs that bulkiness to kind of like stay in the fight. And Bust is denying the fight to even start. Every single time Shin comes in, you're just being smacked away again.
That's kind of how the early game for this Aatrox Sion lane goes. Aatrox has so much pressure over a Sion early because Sion has to stand still to charge the Q. What happens when you stand still against an Aatrox? You get hit with the sweet spot of the Darkened Blade.
Bonk.
Pretty standard.
Yeah. As we're looking towards the junglers paying attention to that, actually scratch that Shin,
Wait.
getting absolutely dragged in and rocked by Bust. That's gonna have to be a reset for this Sion, and that just means more presence for Bust, more time to farm, more ways to get even deeper into this game. This route's nice, but all it's gonna really do, there we go, grab another soul for Senna. Heathen getting a lot of purchase so far, actually, just trading these pokes, and even though I don't think we can see them, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm gonna expect they've got like a nice few stacks on their passive.
I would guess so. We're looking at 15, 16
Maybe 16.
at
Wow.
this point. 17 when that soul gets picked up, nearly at that first break point, but in the mid lane.
Yeah, brilliant dive goes in. QQR really, really low, and that's first blood going to Dunlossie. This is huge to go onto this Jax. It's giving them more presence, more force, that they can roam around the map and have that kind of intimidation. Just walking into any lane, people now know that this Jax has a lead, and that is just a scary notion to begin with.
And a very beautifully played fight from Limsey, right? You're poking this Veigar out, you have that range advantage, really, really using it to your advantage.
You are a lot of
I've done
pokers. I think they just get out fine. Yeah, surely you just back off here. You're not going to push something too far onto that tower.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, it's very, very dangerous. It looks like Porp arriving at Kevin's. Kevin's moved up to help as well. Grubbies go down. That's a lot of souls for Senna as well. I love this from Heathen, moving up to Grubs when they spawn, playing with your jungler to secure them, because the number of souls that you can accrue from Grubs is absolutely insane. It can really, really start to accelerate you long past any point that you would normally be at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's like 2 for each grub, which frankly does come out as positive compared to what you would normally have by hanging around bot lane. And on this pass-through in mid, you're probably going to see QQR pick up like a bit of CS or two, which will probably drop another couple of souls, so it's not even like you're missing out on the walk cycle to get back down to bot lane. What's happening right now is Heathen's actually hanging around that increased in presence, scaring Limsey, just not letting them push up for the time being, which gives them a few free souls. Just the 2v1 is something you don't want to mess with.
It is very, very dangerous, but Karma, very, very safe in what she can bring, right? Zeri looks to use the Spark Surge forwards, has the root latched on, that goes down, and then you just inspire away. Spark very safe in this 1v2, because especially since there's no real CC to keep you in place and stop you from just kiting the Zeri out.
Yeah, I do want to say, Porp has felt pretty hands-off so far, choosing to kind of stay away and go for this CSing instead. Even in stuff like this top lane with Shin just getting, again, boxed out. You're swinging those big hitboxes, you're trying to land whatever you can, and you are using your bulk to your advantage. But Bust is just more than happy to play the range game with you. Oh, should be an upcoming fight here on this Grub. That's if Dunlossie takes it, and being that kill up, having that item advantage, definitely means they're going to give it a go. Sparks roaming up to help as well. The Skull does go down, and bot lane has arrived to give a hand. Dunlossie's looking really low, and he's about to actually drop that first lead, which they do. Heathen picks it up. That's a soul for their troubles as well. Bot lane has to reset, and not only that, but the Jin Zhao of Porp has now got all of the time that they possibly could want to get this dragon. That couldn't have gone better for Lions.
It's a very, very good fight for Lions Creed indeed. Dunlossie thinking, okay, I can go for this fight. The pressure in both bot and mid just means that nobody else can really walk in. And Dunlossie has to pay the price of their life. Was it overeager? Possibly. But mid lane, QQR just dead again.
Yeah, QQR, it feels like they've been kind of like, I don't think I've seen the Veigar so far this season, correct me if you have, but it feels like it's almost like a little bit of uncomfort, right? Like if you haven't practiced on it, if you're not warm on it, it might be a good pick, but ooh, there's a lot to be said for comfort in matchup picks and experience. Looks like we're kind of seeing this kind of forcing of Spark here. Spark has to hang around, try and intimidate Dunlossie or the bot lane to make some kind of like bad steps, some misplay, try and chase him on the tower. But in the end, all it does is drop a Gromp and have to kind of accept it and move on.
Porp, well aware of the fact that Gromp was probably just gone, moves up to Wolves just to continue that clear round. I have to see what happens now. There is an objective up for another couple of minutes. Grubs being the next ones to spawn. And no vision down at the moment outside of that one red ward just for safety from Bust towards that top side. Dunlossie and Porp both on this top side, so we'll have to see if we manage to get a fight for Grubs or if one side is just going to give them over.
Yeah, still looking at this mid lane again. Limsey does have this lead and is clearly playing a bit more aggressive with it. Happy to kind of walk towards QQR and challenge them whenever they come into the lane. But QQR just has all those defensive options. You might be 2 down, but as long as you can use them and play to your range instead of Azir's, you can just get away with it half the time. Dunlossie returning back to this farm, and it's a lot of kind of neutral play. People are still trying to feel each other out, kind of limit test at the moment.
And getting that idea as to how your opponent plays isn't a bad thing, especially during the first round robin. Of course, you're going to face them again later in the split. If you understand how they play from the first game, you're going to have a much better time in the second, as it looks like Belfast Storm just giving up all 6 Grubs to the side of Lions Creed Academy with no real trades coming in across the map. There's possibly a fight going on mid.
Yeah, no dice, unfortunately. Shin does get locked out of tower by Bust again, just playing that range game, keeping them away as much as they can. And this bot lane, it's a different story for both bot lane and top lane, right? It's oppressive forces constantly locked under tower, but in one, it's to the favor of Belfast, the other, it's the favor of Lions Creed. But again, second round of Grubs goes down, once again, to Lions Creed. And Heathen gets away with 6 extra souls as they begin the long walk back down to bot lane.
Dunlossie looking to make something happen onto Spark here. The dive is set up and the wave is there.
That it is a big fight breaks out, and Yuumi disconnects to get off that ult. Spark is staying alive though. This extra life goes a long way, but unfortunately it just isn't enough as this Zeri melts them down with Q after Q, and now the turret's up for grabs. Heathen's here trying to put up a bit of a defense. That stalwart force does push Belfast to disengage and go away, but they still got kill for it and a good chunk of damage.
A very, very good showing coming through there from Belfast Storm, juggling the tower aggro beautifully from Yuumi to Dunlossie to just allow for, despite Spark's innate survivability in the Empowered W, in the Inspire, it just doesn't matter when they can tank tower up for a bit of an age. They can walk away with the kill there. It's 3-1 currently. Gold is about even. Can we get a stack check on Senna for chance at this point?
Yeah, they've been doing such a good job at constantly keeping up. And yep, there it is, 40. That range is beginning to get ridiculous. Zeri can't contest anymore. You're having to find really good approaches and get in on Senna before she just boxes you out. But this Porp is coming in with the Xin Zhao. Doesn't actually find too much purchase, but sometimes the jungler's presence in lane is more than enough. He even gets off some more stacks, we find some more CS grabs, and it forces Belfast to play under their tower instead.
If that wind becomes lightning not quite landing, it does make finding this fight a little bit harder. You have to use the Audacious Charge early, which means that 3 Talon Strike much less likely to land. But now Spark looking to go more aggressively.
Yeah,
Bit of a trade.
Just a little, it seems to be the story of this bot lane so far. There's been a lot of action, but it's only tended to been when the junglers have shown up. For the most part, these two teams kind of know what they're going for. They know their win conditions, so they're kind of staying away, and they're playing this really, really long distance game and not engaging unless they 100% know they can get a kill, which so far hasn't happened.
Poor Spark just constantly getting caught on wards trying to recall there. Now, looks like Dragon is in the sights for Belfast Storm.
Yeah, it's a little bit of clearance here from their bot lane. This Zeri kind of cleaning out the wards, popping that popping the scrying ward just to throw them around, take everything off, make sure that even though Lions Creed knows they're moving to it, they know they can't challenge it. With 4 members missing, that is not a dragon you are comfortable walking down to. So instead, you're prioritizing getting ready for that next Void objective coming up. Porp clearly setting up, getting ready for Rift Herald whenever it next appears.
Should be up within about a minute or so at this point, possibly a minute and a half. So we wait for that to spawn, though. I mean, you're walking in blind is a very dangerous thing, and now it looks like Heathen just walked straight into Dunlosi.
Yeah, that is definitely... Oh, is it not Curtains Dunlosi?
Wait, Spark died!
Clearly on full cooldown. Oh, wait, yeah, they did. What the hell? When did that happen? Heathen also falls down to Dunlosi there. Belfast suddenly going from a game where it was like, okay, we're behind and we're against scaling characters, so we're kind of like a little bit more behind. Suddenly it's 5-1. It's very much spun round to their favor after a few good, well-played interactions.
Nearly a 2,000 gold lead in their favor, and I mean, Shin going down by about 50 CS in this lane, but he just doesn't care at this point. I mean, your bot lane, your jungle, they're both doing extremely well. Your mid lane also doing very, very well. If you have a bit of a rough lane, it's fine. It's all good. You're going to scale anyway. You're playing Sion. The rest of the map is winning. You have no reason to fret. Lions Creed Academy, however, have had full control over objectives this game as the Herald is now in their sights. Looks like we could see a fight start to break out with Limsey and Dunlosi moving in.
Yeah, they either get in, actually prioritizing going for that Herald, keeping it aggro, making sure that health stays low, and Lions Creed knows that they just have to backpedal here. There's too much damage in play for Belfast, with all 5 of their members here at the Rift Pit. And that is a nice capture of the Rift Herald. Empowered recalls across the board, and Lions Creed just kind of has to respect that. I say empowered recalls. For Shin, this is actually a TP right down to bot lane, recognizing there's a hole in their stalwart defense, and Spark now has to deal with a Sion that's up in their face, defending those tower plates, making sure there's no extra gold going to Lions Creed while the rest of Belfast resets. And we're straight back to the action in top lane, actually. As I take a breath, Porp falls to Dunlosi. There goes the cage up by QQR, trying to keep them out as much as they can, but Limsey's not having it. Goes in, the Zeri as well, finding the blood on QQR. Bust has to retreat on the tower and is looking scared for his life at that low health. Goes in, tries to use the lifesteal, but Dunlosi is happy, finally sticking to just outside of Aatrox's range, and still goes in again anyway, and that's just popped! You've never seen an Aatrox die that fast. Top lane's cleared out. That's 3 players of blood on Belfast Storm's hand. Should be a top tower, and a hell of a lot of progress as they are very much up now. 9-1, Chico. Where's that come from?
I have no idea where it's come from, but a beautifully executed fight from Belfast Storm. They notice that Porp is going a bit too deep into no man's land and pull the trigger. Catch him off guard. Absolutely blow him up with Dunlosi and this Zeri. And then the shuffle from Limsey catches onto Heathen, this very, very squishy marksman in the bot lane. Completely annihilated immediately. QQR next to fall on the chase down, and then just diving auto health Aatrox, who can't auto attack for more health. A very nicely played fight through and through. As Belfast, they really look to solidify themselves a lead in this game.
Yeah, they put themselves in such a comfortable spot. It's definitely one of those situations where they've acknowledged the scaling kind of factor of Lions Creed's team, and they've gone, okay, we've got to lock this game down before 20 minutes passes. We need to either have one or be in a very, very comfortable position. So whenever these objectives, they've kind of realized as well, I think, that Lions Creed have been really on the ball with objectives. So whenever these objectives started coming up, they're rallying the troops. Okay, let's get more people in the situation at the right time. But this is where that plan falls apart as Lions Creed comes all the way down to bot lane. 3 of them comes in, but then Belfast answers straight away. We're having 4 members straight away to counter, and this has been reversed just like that. The Heathen falls. This center is starting to fall onto a back foot no matter how many stacks you get. If you're 0-3, that is going to keep getting worse as Belfast sends the entire army to pick you off one at a time.
They can't keep getting away with this!
Literally, I don't know what's happening here, especially in the way of, like, Belfast seems to be losing consistently team fight, like, and the pressure that Lions Creed's putting on. But then all of a sudden, bam, there's 4 of them there. There's 5 of them there. They're coordinating so well.
This Zeri just lives for such a long time, allows for these teleports, allows for these rotations, and, I mean, it's just a static shiv. Where's the strength coming from? As Dunlosi
Oh my god, the Azero just pops them up, gets them ready for the next one. This Zeri is going wild at 5-0. It's only going up from here. Dunlossie picks it up as well. There is golden bounties across the board on Belfast Storm, and the Lions Creed Academy seem that they can't really hold a candle to it at the moment.
They think for a second they found a pick on Dunlossie. Limsey looks them square in the eyes and says, "Not today, my empire does not fall." Pushes two of them into the rest of the team, and the fight is just done. Lions Creed Academy are now too far disadvantaged, about a 5,000 gold deficit for them. They are too far disadvantaged to be making these risky plays. They have to catch someone unawares. One of the squishies, ideally you find Limsey, you find Zeri, maybe you find the Yuumi off on their own somewhere. You pull the trigger, you blow them up, and you walk away again. And the best person to be doing this with in this current game state would be a QQR. With that Primordial Burst, you can blow someone up in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, no, Shiga, to peel back the curtain a little bit, I think, I kind of think there wasn't, we weren't ever gonna say it while on broadcast, but I feel like everyone who was watching this, everyone behind the desk, we were all kind of sitting there like, hey, this is gonna be an unfortunate game for Belfast. Lions Creed really standing strong this season. It's gonna be very one-sided, and that has been the case, but not in the way that we thought. Belfast are putting on a damn good showing. It feels like they have prepared and trained for this to hell and back, and Lions Creed aren't really looking like the team that they are at the moment. They're not looking like that top of the scoreboard team, as Belfast are deconstructing their strategies piece by piece.
Definitely doing a damn good job at showing that Lions Creed Academy are not invincible this game. QQR, I'm sorry, friend. You don't get to walk there. Has to blow the flash to get away. It's absolutely insane how Belfast are just running the map in this game, when Lions Creed Academy have been one of, if not the most dominant team we have had all split long.
Yeah, I just want to say, I cannot believe QQR got, graced by some Zeri bullets, caught one Yuumi Q to the face, and health was half. That is just a testament to being how far ahead 5-0 gets you at a point like this, because it makes you somewhat uncontestable in the 1v1. Lions Creed has to, rally the troops to take down certain individual members of Belfast Storm at this point, and it seems like they know it. They got the intel. They knew that was just Azir and Jax that they were facing as three of them, but they knew better than to feed the beast. They backpedaled. They didn't want that fight. They couldn't take the smoke, so they have to reset here. Their goals, their objectives is to kind of outnumber Belfast, and if they don't react to this quick, this could just
blind.
be a Baron.
Hey, they know they're doing it now.
Slowly moving in, but is it too late as Spark rocks up? Corp is in the fight and gets instantly pushed out by the Azir ult and steals it anyway! Hops over the wall, engaging into this team fight. That is a Baron for Lions Creed as the fight keeps on rocking. Corp, looking to be in a dastardly spot, does back out, and all of a sudden Buster's come alive, finding fresh blood on his sword, and they're chasing down this Zeri. QQR puts them in the corner, but is it going to be enough? It definitely is. Lions Creed using this Baron buff to their advantage. This is where they've come alive every single game this season. They are really making moves with these purple swells at their feet. Shin should fall here as well. Yes, they do, and they have into that empowered passive state as we just try and pick off this poor defenseless cat on a book. But this tower shots are coming time and time again. It doesn't matter. Bust makes it out anyway. Spark's alive, and more importantly, Baron's buff is still in play.
They've done it again!
How do they keep getting away with it?
Lions Creed, you are about 5,000 gold in the hole. You get ulted out of the pit from the blast cone. But Corp, the absolute mad lad, finds the wind becomes lightning, gets that audacious charge, and without hesitation drops the smite onto the big purple worm. And then the fight that ensues. You're suddenly in the middle of everybody. You're in the middle of the entire enemy team. And it just doesn't matter. Limsey immediately forced out. Zeri immediately forced out. Dunlossie blown up before he can blink.
Out of
Where
complete
did the damage
curiosity,
come from?
out of complete curiosity, Sheikah, do you know how many Una reverse cards there are in a deck? Because I definitely saw like at least 4 get used during that fight.
I think it's 4. I think it's 4.
I think we're out of options now. Lions Creed, all of your tricks are gone. You now have to play fair and play honest. And that's exactly what they try and do as this team fight begins. We're seeing some big engages from Porp. He then goes down to Shin. Oh, these team fights are suddenly flipped right back on their head once again. Belfast still using and abusing this lead they've had. It doesn't matter if we've got Baron buff. It doesn't matter what objectives you steal. They are still 17 kills playing 6. They have like that heavy gold advantage. It's looking still pretty nice for them, but QQR's isolated a target as Spark begins to lock down on that damage. Limsey not wanting to overextend, not wanting to give kills where it isn't needed. Backs off as Bust does the same, but actually does get locked down by Dunlossie. Dunlossie trying to abuse this small lead that they have and try and cement it down, and it just isn't enough. Bust's life keeps on going up. It doesn't matter what damage you do. It doesn't matter what gains you think you have. They are going to instantly heal that back while that ult is up. Shin appreciates this, doesn't try to scrap at all. Just doing what they can to escape. It's not going to be enough. Does fall to Spark and Bust, backing each other up, and everyone on Belfast will, time and time again. That needs to be something that gets respected more.
Zeri's so far online at this point, though.
Yeah, we've gone in. That's it. This is a full committal. That's a full committal. They knew they were behind. Belfast goes in and gets punished for their hubris. Even God's Complete. Bust just healed half their health back from stabbing a cat in the face. That's not fair. I get that it's a Yuumi. I get that Yuumi should die by being looked at wrong. But at least let them queue you and take you down for that 600 gold bounty. This isn't fair. This doesn't feel fair.
Where is the healing? What? There's anti-heal. There's 2 pieces of anti-heal on the enemy team, and this Aatrox is still healing half of his health per auto without the World Ender running.
It doesn't feel fair. Like, I don't know where this has come from. It's not even like Lions Creed. Like, it felt like Lions Creed was out of this game, right? Like, it was the gold detriment was so far out of their favor, and now it was even, and it's just past being even. The gold is now in Lions Creed Academy's favor.
This game, I said it was going to be explosive, but oh my good lord, about 3 or 4 heart attacks in the span of 5 minutes was not what I bargained for today.
There's only so many the human body can take, and
yeah.
I think no matter how stressed we are, I can only imagine and sympathize whatever the hell is happening to Belfast Storm right now. Their pulses must be racing. I'm pretty sure the words "not like this" must have been said multiple times, but like it's by no means over. They're by no means out of it. There is literally only 100 gold in it at the moment. It's looking really even spread across the board now. We don't really have these like cemented carries or presence that needs to be taken down. Well, obviously Bust is right there, but look, we're even on objectives. We're even on just map presence around the board. You need to have another play like Lions Creed Baron Steel lined up to put yourself back in this.
And you're on a timer, right? This Veigar, the center, they're only getting stronger. You have to find something soon. Otherwise, it might just be Jova.
Look, is it Jova or is it only just begun? Time will tell, but I don't know. Bust is terrifying. I know I'm not on the desk today, but surely this is going to be a talking point when this is all said and done. So like, oof, I really, really want to see those stats when this is all done. But Sheikah, if you're in this spot right now, especially if you're Belfast, because I'm curious about this. If you're Belfast, how are you feeling? What's in your mind? What do you think the next move is?
Plates appeal. Your Zeri is insanely strong, 3 items strong, in fact. And if you just have that little bit of appeal, other than the Yuumi, the Emperor's Divide, the Counter-Strike, maybe the Unstoppable Onslaught from the Scion, you have ways that you can play these fights. The Zeri is doing so much damage. You just have to keep her alive.
Yeah,
that is your win condition.
I definitely feel that. Like, that is where everything's kind of been coming from. And their team comp actually, like, really, really plays into that. Azero alone is going to be able to knock people off. But then you also have that Jax, that Scion that can all frontline and take the heat off of her. I could see that definitely being the wave. It's just... it almost feels like that's what it is, right? Belfast needs to be playing as a unit more. Lions Creed are moving literally like a pack, like a pride of lions. They are roaming around the map, but Belfast are just, they're scattered, they're discoordinated, they're all kind of following different objectives. Actually, son, I'm gonna quickly stop what I was saying. I like that. I really like taking the like edge off of this possibility of taking Baron again. That was kind of clean.
Still, the wind becomes lightning into Audacious Charge, as they are just going to back off from it. They know that they can't contest.
Yeah, but then again, Belfast also knows that they can't push it too hard. They know when they have to, when they can't push these objectives, especially when someone like Porp is floating. We have unfortunately reached the end of that tale before, and we don't want to see how it ends a second time. So they are very much only trying to push this advantage when they can really afford to. Right now, I don't know if they can. With Spark approaching, Porp and QQ on the sidelines, yeah, they just have to, second time they have to disengage and call it a day on farming this Baron.
Bust and Shin, neither at this fight, and arguably that's when you take it as Belfast. This Senna, not quite strong enough. This Veigar, not quite strong enough. Alright.
Porp's gone in, and that's Zeri ult as well to try and compensate. It's a lot of damage, and a Yuumi ult as well to keep him in place while you absolutely pop off, and that's what happens. Zeri's damage only flying through the roof. Shin and Dunlossie, would you look at that? Their front line, they're making sure not too much damage can get. There's the Azero as well, bursting you towards your backliner. What is going on? Everyone is just dying backwards and forwards. That's a strategic disengage from Lions Creed, but it isn't. In fact, they're going back in. It's round 2. Bust is losing health backwards and forwards, but oh, sorry, did I say that? I am actually a liar. They hit you once, they hit you twice. Their health is back and it's here to stay. You go down, Yuumi stays alive. Everyone now has to run. A losing fight? I haven't heard of one of those before. Shin is taking too much damage to hang around, has to run back underneath the Azir Tower, and no one on Lions Creed seems to care. All that's left is a cat, a book, and a dream as Bust runs them through with the blade of Aatrox. All of Belfast Storm are sitting on the grey screen. That is an ace to Lions Creed Academy, and definitely a Baron that's about to fall.
This Aatrox, so insanely strong. I mean, how low can you get this Aatrox before all of his health comes back? Apparently, not low enough to kill him, because Bust is knocking heads together, busting noggins in this game. I'm surprised there's not more blood everywhere, frankly, with how much Bust is breaking ankles and faces all together. Aatrox is not a fair champion, and I don't care what anybody says. This is proof. Such a beautifully played game from this player. Absolutely insane.
I love the idea of Bust like looking down at the bottom of the screen, seeing like 10 health left and going like, I can take this fight. I think this is doable, right?
Health is just a resource.
When you really think about it, 10 health is like 10k health. You just have to hit them.
Yeah. Just have to kind of poke them with the end of the Darking Blade.
Exactly.
No.
You get it all back. I cannot lie. I am worried for the mental of the players on Belfast Storm at the moment, purely because like it's still like it's not unwinnable. You are at the gold detriment that Lions Creed was at like 10 minutes ago. Yes, you've dropped 2 Barons to them, but you are 2 Dragons playing 3. It's like you haven't lost every single objective in the game. There is still a possibility you draw this back, but you need to have an unshakable mind to do that. If you, for a second, count yourself out of this game, it is pretty much over.
Not only that, but one more fight like that when an objective isn't up and the base gets broken. 6 grubs is nothing to sniff at. Especially at this point in the game where you're already hitting towers for so much damage anyway. This is not an easy game.
It's just a scary prospect. I don't know if Lions Creed like has any nicknames for their team yet, but I'd like to propose the 20-minute Titans, because that's the point. I always see them hit 20 minutes, and that's just it. The game is fundamentally over if the Lions Creed Nexus isn't gone by 20 minutes. GG's. Unfortunately, you waited too long. And Belfast tried to play into that this game. They tried to cement such an early lead, and they did, but it felt like it didn't matter.
It was a good lead. But you also have champions that take a little while to come online on your side, which means these early leads are just going to be a little bit weaker. stay like a Callista as the mid inner tower will fall. I mean, we've taken to calling Lions Creed Academy Cabbage Creed. Cabbage Family lads really proving themselves in the UKEL. So now we just wait for the siege. Bust trying to break open that top lane tower. Take it down. There it goes. So now we have about 2 minutes on the dragon.
The scary thing is, I feel like Bust can just get away with split pushing as much as they want, because if you're Belfast, you are kind of sitting there thinking, oh, that is the monolith of their team. Like, even in a 5v1, there's a chance we get hit by, like, Q2, Q3, and it doesn't matter any damage we do. But speaking of, that's all irrelevant. Everyone's gonna know everyone but Bust. Every single member of Lions Creed groups up in one place, and Belfast is ready to intercept this. Zeri finding that damage finally. Limsey picking up a kill on QQR once more. Hawk and Spark just left to run for the hills as Belfast cleans up camps, picks up some blood, and manages to find a little bit of purchase for the first time in this late game.
They lived for a shockingly long time, might I add. QQR and Heathen just kind of soaking damage for a little while there as the two squishiest members of this team.
Yeah, definitely, and it's just pushing up to this tower. It looks like a very similar situation that we saw a couple minutes ago of Lions Creed doing, but Belfast, knowing their limits, knows that, nope, we are leaving now. We can't push this any further because people have started to come back online. They're under tower. Bust is already an unkillable god, so let's not give them a tower as well that we have to fight them under. So let's just backpedal off, get some CS, try our best to get back in this, because let's be real, when a game hits a late point like this, it's literally like everyone's hitting the point where they're the same level. They're reaching the same points in terms of how many items they have. You're starting to close that gap no matter what the KDAs are looking like.
Closing that gap is becoming a lot harder for Belfast. I mean, the Senna, Veigar, they're starting to get to these points. 3 items on the Veigar, 2 items on the Senna. Can we get, that's 293 stacks, 763 AP, QQR. If we get a Senna stack check very quickly as well, please.
I wasn't even thinking about the stacking champs. Yeah, this
123.
is... Yep, this is a pure, like, late game sweep kind of situation. It doesn't even matter if you can get back in it item-wise. These 2 champs alone are going to forever be scary.
Belfast Storm looking for a fight.
And Shin goes all the way in knowing that their life is valuable, that they even have that passive left to spare, so they can be that initiator. And we see Dunlossie getting stuck at the top, Bust just absolutely bashing their skull against the wall while they're trying to keep them in place so that it gives the rest of Lions Creed a chance to breathe. Belfast can't seem to find it in. They have this amazing engager in the form of Shin. They have Dunlossie as well, who's willing to take the shots, but there's just no angle for them all to get in. There we go. That's a big center ult, hoping to keep everyone else alive in this fight. Shin skirting around the edges, and a Yuumi ult falls on deaf ears. QQR puts you in the box.
Oh my god!
Smites you out of existence. Where did their health go? That doesn't feel fair. I've said that so many times this game, and Bust, it just keeps proving my point. 4 members of Belfast Storm fall. 1 is left alive, who has to simply backpedal and run away. We're resetting. No, we're not. Scratch that one. We're going down to bot lane on a roam around the world. Sheikah, could this just be it? No way it ends here, right? Surely.
I think it might be it.
No.
QQR scaled. QQR has scaled. Shin is the only one left alive and will forfeit their life now as well. Pushing into the base of Belfast Storm, 20 seconds on any of those respawns. Maybe you can't end the game, but I mean, it's Zeri and Jax. Are you really that scared as the towers fall so fast?
Oh, yeah, I said maybe it's over, or surely it can't be over, right? Dead wrong. That is it. The Nexus has fallen. The crystal is cracked. Lions Creed Academy does it again, ladies and gentlemen. For the 4th time in this broadcast, it doesn't feel fair.
No, it doesn't feel fair. Absolute slaughter coming through from Lions Creed Academy. The game looked pretty dire for them at the start. That 20-minute mark, that 20-minute Baron steal really turned this game around, and Bust, my personal MVP for this game. Oh my good lord. That was insane. This Aatrox, absolutely nuts.
I feel like player of the game has to go between Bust and also, but then to be fair, we need to put a little bit of focus on the Oh my god, my brain's going blank. Jungler, Lion's Creed, help.
Porp.
Porp.
Zhao.
Yeah, God, that first steal from Porp. Like,
Yes.
that was... Because, like, obviously, we saw Bust fully come alive with that Aatrox. The amount of healing, the amount of damage, that teamfight sustainability was massive. However, that singular Baron steal from Porp stopped the game from ending before that point, I think. So, like, there's also a lot of light to be shone on them as well. What a game, though. Genuinely, maybe my favorite one so far.
There's still one more to go.
I know.
That game was definitely explosive as we expected, and I'm excited for the next one now.
Beyond pumped. But I believe that will do it for us until that next game, for we're going to throw it back to the desk and see what they made of that mess.
Who's gonna tell him he's muted?
It's no, I'm not muted. I'm not muted.
Oh,
I'll do my job. I was just letting you guys sink in the
He's in
numbers here.
awe.
Because
He's in awe.
yeah, the damage, 40k from Bust. We might be getting some stats on the healing as well done with this Aatrox. And I'm not gonna lie, guys. We're gonna have to change the narrative, right? I'm sorry, Dunlop's getting away with it. That's old news. Lion's Creed cannot keep getting away with it. What is the early game that they had to then win this? Like, Temporal, take it away, man. Like, what am I watching?
What incredible resilience. And I think we should, be very proud of Belfast Storm. This was a standout game for them. I think against anyone else in the league, they close that. I think they take the Baron, they push it up mid, and they take a team fight. But not Lion's Creed Academy. Lion's Creed Academy, once again, we're going to go, but Bustin does make him feel good. That top lane broken open, the concession of the Scion, allowing the Aatrox to get out of hand after, I think we could say every team fight got progressively worse. Every 5 kills he acquires. The Demonic Lord got bigger and bigger. And it was just a little bit too much at the end. The single damage threat of the Zeri shut down. You know, you can't heal through Veigar ult. And you can't heal off that sick burn.
So we got to talk about the healing, right? So he took 50k damage. This is Bust on the Aatrox. Took 50k damage. That's quite a bit of damage, right?
Yeah,
that's decent.
Don't blame things. Yeah.
He healed 30,000 of the damage. Like, some of these team fights were just unreal. You thought he was dead. He's like, nah, I'm chilling. I'm good. I'm just going to keep going forever. Doctor, you're a top laner.
Options open as well.
Yeah, but Doctor, you're a top laner. We talked about this a little bit in the green room. Doctor, you were saying, nah, Aatrox is overhyped. Do you still believe it?
Yeah, just dodge the Qs. I don't know, like, once you get the Aatrox that big, yeah, maybe it's a bit of a problem. And the thing that is, again, Aatrox, like, if you can lock him down, you know, maybe not so much now that Gore Drinker's gone, but all his stuff is in healing, right? And you build damage, so he has to get low to get value out of that. So Aatrox is going to let himself get low so that he can then heal up, because if he hits his full combo whilst he's full health, he's got nothing good. So it's like, if you can hold him in place, if you can lock him down and just burst him during that that big moment, it's GG. Slight problem, we couldn't do that because you know, it's Scion, it's Jax, it's Azir. These are all well and good for locking someone down in 1 second. Once you've charged the Q, once you've slid in, once you've had that Counter Strike going. If those aren't available, it's a bit rough, and the Aatrox may or may not end up completely taking over all of those fights once he got there, as we saw multiple times across the game.
Yeah, and we're going to get some replays. I want to say Belfast Storm, well played. I think that they were able to make a lot of big moments happen, and I feel like they should be thinking kind of well of themselves, because they pushed Lion's Creed to, I believe, the furthest we've ever seen Lion's Creed behind in the early game. So they really did put a number on this one, Temporal. But let's have a little look at the Baron still, right? Let's talk about that 20-minute moment that I feel like really was the defining factor of this game.
Yeah, this looked like a pretty nice setup. Teleport in from Bust, you can see there on the right. So Belfast, they've got that out. They've pushed Port back out the pit, but he still manages to get over the Azir wall. Still manages to get in, and a clutch smite. Coin flip going. Way of Lion's Creed allows them to play through, and they've got away with the purple one, even though, Belfast doing their best here. They do pick out multiple members. Bust, Spark, and QQR together do not fall in that early phase. And yep, you just saw the outplay button. And only Shin
It's
survived.
so much damage.
It's so
I mean,
much.
That's what you were saying before about it's all about healing healing up this area. If you get hit by Vega QW and that last little Lord at the same time, you gotta have the health to be able to heal. So if we can get that burst through, ooh, nice and easy.
Yeah. No, I do agree, but it just felt like that's a sad moment for Belfast, right? Because it felt like that was the point where the game started to change, right? We were looking at like a 12-1 scoreline before then they get a load of kills back, and it's like, okay, and it was still kind of in the favor of the side of Belfast, right? They were starting to make things happen still, but Lions Creed, they were slowly etching their way back again. It almost felt like we were watching Lion King, but instead of Scar sending Mufasa to the depth, he just started walking up the mountain instead, and it was a little bit GG as the end of the game. But let's talk about the 29-minute reversal as well, because there were still some close team fights temporal. Talk me through this one just in general, because I feel like the same story kept happening, but maybe this one was the most impactful.
Yeah, like this could have been it. Belfast ready to come through, ready to try and pick up the side. They get Porp out. The re-engage does not work out for him. They dash forwards. Everyone's grouped up. Easy target for the Zeri. Loads of stacks. And then watch Limsey come in here. Fantastic flash over the cage. Shuffle forwards instantly. Rips out QQR, who's been suppressing the Zeri throughout these fights. This should be it. This is as good as it gets. Shin's ult, maybe not the most successful. I think we'll see that in a moment. I'm probably skipping ahead slightly in my mind. First engages. Dunlosy does not stick at the landing. He's not tanky. The trade-off is he did go for damage. Bust. Just the lowest health bar. Refills, frankly, off the tank. It's just a little bit of a differential. He's still anti-healed this whole time, by the way. It's incredible.
Real.
The healing's not what's going on here. Like, well, I mean, it's not. Yeah,
it's the damage that comes with it as well, right? It's both.
Damage.
Like, I mean, everyone else's health bar instantly gone. His health bar immediately refill.
It's I mean, skill issue on the part of the Zeri. If you dodge those Qs, you don't die. At the same time, it doesn't feel great when you get hit by one ability. You're like, that's 75% of my health bar gone, and now I'm CC'd, and there's going to be another one of those coming. Yeah, but at the same time, like, Aatrox can't ever run away there, so you kind of can see it coming. They're like, oh, he's going to try turn it the second he gets in fog. He's going to do a bit of a mouse cosplay or something and try to knock me up. So you can kind of see it coming, but yeah, just once he's that big, it's not that fun, to be hit by that one. I stand that it's balanced, though. As someone who's inted many Aatroxes in his life, including one just hours ago, it's... I mean, that was actually Jungle Diff, but that's a whole different thing. As it always is.
I'm telling you, you're against jugglers, but either way, that does not matter. Lions Creed, they do it once again. They pick up another win. Belfast Storm, it's unfortunate. They played well, but it's not going to be your time today. With that being said, we are going to throw it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be here with Game 2, Nuclear Vikings versus DMG. And we are back for game number 2. It is DMG taking on Nuclear Vikings. Two teams that I feel like we've seen not what we would have expected from, I guess, is how I would kind of put it. I feel like maybe a little bit underperforming on our tier list. If we were to do a ranking of the UKL before the season, of course it would be wrong because none of them are ever right. But I think we would have definitely placed these two a little bit higher than they've come in and performed. So we'll see if one of them can kind of start to break out of that mold moving forward from today. But let's talk about the Nuclear Vikings first. Let's bring them up. Let's have a little look at the roster. And there is one change, which is the support there. Fierno is going to be coming in. And Temporal, do you know too much about the change? Are you surprised by the change? Because I feel like Lawai was a very solid part of the team.
So what we had in our production notes, Lawai currently suffering from carpal tunnel syndrome. Get well soon, buddy. That's an absolute kicker. Plenty of wrist guards, plenty of rest, plenty of good nutrition and stretches. Hopefully we'll get him out of there as fast as possible. But otherwise, the rest of Nuclear Vikings completely unchanged. We've seen Dusty, Fruity Carrots, Kiana, and Brody all have pretty good performances in my mind, betrayed a little by the 1-5 scoreline. I want to see them get it together in a game. I want to see the complete package up against their rivals. Joint 7th place, 1-5 up against DMG. All of our remaining games tonight are on the same standing. Belfast and Lions Creed were the only ones not up at the same.
I like that. But what I want to say is this is a bit of an interesting one because I will say going into it, I feel like DMG for me have been looking a little bit more dangerous. Nuclear Vikings starting to look a little bit less dangerous, right? They lost to Versic and it was quite a strong loss as well for Nuclear Vikings. They just could not get things going. Versic having the game of their life, just absolutely popping off. And Doctor, do you feel like those kind of trends do play a big role in how you continue performing? Do you feel like momentum is a big changer?
Yeah, I feel like it. I mean, you look at the players in this league. It's like not like anyone's got big psychological coach advantage coming on in. Very rarely do we see someone's the mental warrior, and so a lot of times if you are. If you're sitting there 0-7 on the day or on the season, you're like, fellas, it's not looking good. And you're going in very defeated. Likewise, if you're coming in off a massive win streak or even just like, a small but recent, good. I think you can get overconfident if it's too much. But when you're coming off the back just like, 3 or 4 wins, you're like, fellas. And not necessarily just wins, but games that you were happy about, right? Games that, you can win off the back of a Baron Throw or an Elder Steel. That's fine. But like, if you had some good games, everything's been going well. If you're putting to paper what you were doing in your scrims, then you're very happy about it.
Yeah, and let's have a quick look. Let's bring out the VT. Let's talk about Brody because I feel like Brody in their last game was a massive component for them to really be able to do something right. I feel like the Ezreal, although I maybe don't love the pick Temporal, was able to put in a lot of work.
It's been strong. I think the nerfs might take away a little bit of its shine, but the Machine Gun Mage just able to do so much at the moment after some pretty serious buffs. And yeah, some pretty standout performance here. Brody, he's been consistent throughout the split. I think it's fair to say. I just want to see Nuclear Vikings bring it together, man. I think they have all the pieces.
Yeah, I definitely think there is a potential for them to do it, right? They ran Versic pretty close, even though the game did go Versic's way. They were able to win a lot of the lanes. They were able to have a lot of success in the team fights. It wasn't a stomp, right? There was still a lot of fight back from the side of Nuclear Vikings. So I'm kind of hoping that they can kind of build themselves a little bit of momentum here, try and push themselves forward and really try and take it to DMG because that's who they're playing against. And let's look at this roster. Let's have a look at who is DMG because we have to mention it. There's been a lot of changes, Doctor.
Yeah, it's been quite a few to say the least in terms of an entire switch through, with the exception of I believe it was Pighead still sticking around. No, because Pighead is Steven, right? No.
I
guess so because I know Steven
Pighead has been coaching this season and top laned last season. Pighead is our resident Rumble playing a Pinch Enjoyer.
The different lane. That's the. Other than that, we're swapping it up a lot, right? And just the thing is, it's like, they look pretty good. They're good friends, good vibes going on last split. We're coming to this split, and the roster's changing up, and we're like, I don't think that's what we were all about, you know. I mean, obviously changing roster, you know, to change the strength of a team, that makes sense. But at the same time, like, you know, no one's an esports org off of vibes alone, unfortunately. But you know, if I had things my way, it would be a different story. But now we're changing again, and I don't know. Like, we had an okay.
Are you going to unleash
before,
a new esports org, call it Iron Foxes or something in heritage?
It was actually called Duck Esports, and we were not. We didn't make it through. We didn't get the bid to play in second division. I don't know if Lee ever submitted the paperwork. But
either way, DMG, they made big changes. We'll see how that impacts them. We will say they have lost one band due to certain changes, but it is what it is. That will be whether it will be. Who knows? Maybe it's a problem, maybe it's not. We'll decide a little bit later when we do get into picking bands. But all in all, new team, fresh lineup, fresh hope. Temporal. Do you feel like bringing a new team in kind of gives you an advantage, or is there still that kind of they've not played loads together question mark?
It's a mystery, right? I don't know if the new guys will know each other. We've been relatively impressed with their top lane of this split. You know, hasn't been completely squashed on or like a point of weakness. When the pressure is on, we're halfway through the split, and it's like, right, now you can go and fix it for us, right? It's like, whoa, that's a lot of baggage, a lot of difficulty. You got to pick that up and walk through the airport terminal with it now. Get on board the plane and not be over the weight limit. I think it's a lot to overcome, and it'll be very telling, because if DMG can't do it up against rivals Nuclear Vikings at the bottom, and this was the big ace up the sleeve, this was sort of their biggest hope for rescue. If that doesn't work out, that's a lot of pressure, and we're likely going to see sort of a Karmine Core like performance where the pressure is too much, and you can't translate that until right at the end when the pressure starts to relieve, when playoffs are already gone.
Have they picked up the piece of Exodia? We'll find out. Are they still missing one? Who knows? Are they one blue eyes short of an ultimate dragon? We'll find out quickly. But let's get into... I know you'd like that one. Let's get into the draft. Let's bring up what they've decided to choose. Let's find out what's going on. Because why do we keep seeing...
Wow, crazy draft.
Hold up.
Oh, no,
yeah.
this is the draft from last game. Okay. We'll fix that one. That was... unless we saw the same drafts happen twice.
No, yeah, the bands are the same as well. I did a quick count. All right, we're going to get that fixed.
I was going to say, because I was going to flip out about the Zeri thing. Because I've seen Zeri twice. I personally have not been that impressed with Zeri. So like, I don't really want to see it again.
Is Ultimate Dragon a real card?
Is
that like a real fusion?
You must fuse 3 blue eyes white
that's what
dragons
it's
together.
called. I remember there was a 3 because things like that just sounded to me like you're doing the just classic like uncool, like you're saying like what I'm saying when I talk to my friends about One Piece, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, he ate the like Boku no Jitsu fruit for sure. But like, so when you say like, oh, he turned a, you know, he's like, oh, you get the ultimate dragon. I'm like, oh, he's making things up. But then Tim Ferosh was like, oh yeah. I'm like, oh wait,
it's proper. It's the
sounds
fusion.
like old school card. Like
the fusion from
telling
season
me
2.
that you've not seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 1, and that is hurting me.
The one where the Gaia, the Lance guy fuses onto the skeleton dragon. I remember that.
Yeah, Cursed Dragon.
Yeah, they fuse.
Get your Yu-Gi-Oh! knowledge
Joey
up,
busts
boy.
that
What the
one.
hell is
Gaia
this?
the
Go watch
Dragon,
Season
man.
1 again. Like,
I tried to watch season 0 in school. It was on Netflix. That's a different
don't
show.
do that. We're gonna stop talking about
yeah,
season
but we're moving
0.
on to the draft. We're moving on to the draft, right? We see the bans here. Jin Chao, Zach taken away, so they did lose out on one. Karma left open, however, not picked by anyone. So interesting from that one. Looking over to DMG, going for that Lucian Meteor. We've seen it a lot in other leagues. Cassante, Jarvan, Hui. I feel like these are all picks we've talked about before. Nuclear Vikings, they've gone with Camille top, so a little bit aggressive there. The Pantheon jungle, I'm kind of surprised. And then we've got the Ashe Nautilus with the Zoe in the mid lane. How are you guys feeling about the comms? Temporal, talk me through DMG first.
DMG have gone super balanced off of the back of picking up like big pieces like Hui goes mid or support or bot lane carry, but it says I'm going to interact with you from long range. I'm going to put a lot of onus on myself. Going Lucian Melee over the top so you get the pace going is great. Banning Jin Chao and Zach facilitate this. No one's going to come in the front, bypass the Hui, get onto the Melio and start messing with things, drawing out big cooldowns early on. Nuclear Vikings responded. Kiana, her Zoe coming through super early. They've done the opposite. They've gone absolutely to the wall. They're going to try and berserk this one down. And you know, it's funny because it's the name, but it's true. The Pantheon does not have time. He has to link up with the Zoe. to push her to spike faster. The Camille is in a dangerous position in the side lane. Hwei moving to an objective will prevent her approaching and flanking effectively unless there is pre-planning for the Camille to exit her own lane. There's a lot of conditions on Nuclear Vikings here that DMG's balanced and frankly flat team composition has addressed without having to do anything.
Interesting take. What about you, Doctor? Any other thoughts on DMG, or do you want to move over to Nuclear Vikings?
I'm thinking it's not looking good for Nuclear Vikings. So
they've got to pull off their flavor here.
Yeah, because the thing is, so you're against Lucian Milio, which is never going to be a great time for you. It's like, okay, well, Ashe outranges, but I'm going to assume that because DMG picked this into Ashe, they know what's up. And, you know, then to Nautilus into that, it's like, well, you never really get the engage you want because you get Milio footballed, and if you do, it doesn't matter because it's not like Ashe has Turbo Burst. And then on top of that, it's like, well, we're now stuck with this Pantheon jungle because I assumed that we got our Pantheon's good, and then they went Cassante, and we said, oh, fellas, Pantheon's bad. Like, I can't imagine that's a good lane. And
Rudy Carrots is a mean Pantheon, but also it's like so dangerous.
Jungle in current, yeah, I think it's okay, but okay if you like early pick the Pantheon, it's a 3-way flex, and this is like, well, it wasn't great in the other two, so we'll send it jungle. But this is not an early flex, this is a second last pick flex. And then even still with the, you know, okay, Camille versus Cassante. The things like Camille's not really the anti-tank anymore now that Sundra doesn't exist. To be honest, Sundra wasn't even good on her before. Because you could still get the attack speed, or like the attack speed from Triforce in her ult was more valuable than Sundra damage was anyway. But if you wanted to play it slow with Sundra, you can't do that now, and it's incredibly niche and not important, but I'm mad about it that it happened to me in one of my games, where there is a weird interaction between Hookshot and All Out, where All Out can like buffer. So you'll Hookshot onto a wall, he'll start All Out, you'll Hookshot off the wall, and then he'll take you back through it even though you're 5 miles away.
Yeah,
so if that, I just want to bring that up in case it happens again, and I'll be very vindicated that someone else has died to it.
Okay, so what we're hearing, Nuclear Vikings need to pull off a miracle. They need to get themselves going fast. DMG locking in the superior comp from Our Eyes Alive. But let's see what the casters make of it. Let's throw it back over to Alex and Zika to take us through game 2.
What do the casters make of it indeed? Well, me and Zika, we were talking a fair bit behind the scenes, and we think we're looking at two pretty damn interesting rosters going into this game. Zika, you want to give us like a little bit of an oversight of the kind of things we were talking about?
Yeah, so I was doing a little bit too much. Could be
Unfortunately, Zika's audio volume. Oh, is it all round? Is it me as well, or is it just Zika? Oh, okay. Incredible. In that case, I will ride this high until Zika gets fixed, because we're seeing a big engage, and on the bright side, me as the play-by-play, this is where it's my time to shine. But I really like catching this engage, seeing that Hwei just toss out the QE, I do believe. Excuse me if I got that one wrong, but boxing out Nuclear Vikings, just kind of saying, I know you're here, don't push us any further. They have to respect it, they have to back off, they have to get ready to take advantage of any upcoming lane states.
Definitely a try your luck situation.
Yeah. Are we back?
I'm
is
hoping
Zika
we're good.
audible?
We're good. Okay.
Incredible.
So, the level 1 didn't quite pan out, right? But you got information. That information is going to be the big thing. We're looking at a good pick comp for Nuclear Vikings versus a good teamfight comp for DMG. The question is which one's going to find its way forward sooner. Qiyana has shown their Zoe before. Very, very proficient on this champion.
That they aren't. It's an all-round scuffle. We were talking about this in the call beforehand. We think that this lane's going to be super interesting to keep an eye on because Zoe, like, Hwei has a lot that can lock down Zoe's movement and make it so that she can't actually get away with a lot of the little tricks that she'll normally do. Like, he can lock it down with the CC, make sure that she can't, like, get that enhanced range on Paddle Star. She won't be able to run around so much. But more importantly, if she teleports with her Ultra tool, he'll be able to just, like, smack out a QE. But that's not the point anymore. Big engage from this Jarvan, locks down a little bit of the area, and gets a little bit of wave advantage for DMG as they're forced to reset. Nuclear Vikings taking a little bit of chunk of health damage, and just like that, they have to drop this wave. They have to push back. They can't afford to stay around and fight because they know the next interaction could spell death.
With Ashe, Nautilus, you really do want to be fighting this early game away. It's going to be a very explosive first couple of levels for this bot lane. Meanwhile, across the rest of the map, we're just going to see very light trading through on both sides. The junglers, looks like Fruity Carrots opting to go for this full clear. We already saw that DMG's jungler going for that early gank. It's Jarvan now a little bit behind on the clear, only 3 camps done. But not too far behind Fruity Carrots in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, definitely the end of the world. But Qiyana just kind of has to, at the moment, work around a lot of the stuff they're kind of being given because they can't afford to drop much more of the CS, but they're on a really, unfortunately, low health pool, so they have to play safe. They can't afford to reset, but they also can't afford to take advantage either. They just kind of have to float around and make sure they aren't falling behind, and that's exactly where Fruity Carrots comes in. Trying to float around this bush, doesn't know if there's vision on them or not, but seeing that reset from Hwei gives Qiyana a little bit of leeway to try and get back into this game before they also reset.
And this early game is going to be all about tempo. Whichever team moves first is the team that has the upper hand, especially when you consider the fact that pick comps, when they have control, are terrifying because you cannot walk into them. Fino caught.
Yeah, caught in that Bermuda Triangle. We've heard about it time and time again. And that flash of the wall, Fruity Carrots comes in as a shock third entry into this team fight. Nuclear Vikings actually managing to force the MG into a retreat off of the push that they initiated. Fino taking a decent chunk of change from that fight, but they still come out of it A-okay. No blood is spilled. That first blood is still up for grabs, which is why we're seeing these teams poke and prod and whittle down, but not overextend. Really like this engage from Dusty in the top lane. This K'Sante chasing down. It's a lot of damage. Pushed to the wall. You're being bashed and crashed against the rocky terrain. And K'Sante draws first blood. If you're Nuclear Vikings, that was not a screen you wanted to see. Really nice for DMG, though, as that is a very, very comfortable lead for this incredibly meta top laner.
Beautiful play from Kaiser there. Just allowing the over-aggressive trading from Dusty to go totally punished. Caught between a rock and a pair of Ntophos, I guess. Really struggling to find a way out of that corner. And will pay sacrifice with their life. Start to see first resets coming through for the bot lanes. And now, Grubs are up, Dragon is up. Who values what?
Yeah, I feel like at the start of the season, I definitely heard being thrown around a lot that, like, Void Grubs were, frankly, one of the most important objectives on the map, and I feel like that notion hasn't gone anywhere. It's what we've been seeing today, is that there's been a lot of priority kind of pushed onto this Void objective, even to the point where Qiyana's walked without their jungler, purely in the mindset of, I want to get there and stop you from getting this. But unfortunately, looks like the tides got turned on them as they just have to back off with 3 of DMG showing up ready to defend Ed, and Eddie from the oncoming storm. On the bright side for them, though, Fruity Carrots has just kind of seen all that intel, seen where all of DMG is, and that's just kind of a free dragon for the Nuclear Vikings.
And it's an early Ocean Dragon, which you're not going to complain about. We'll trade Grubs for the Dragon, but that is objectives gone for the next few minutes. Will allow for a little bit slower game state, but of course, Fruity Carrots on this Pantheon really wants to start finding some early ganks, some early success, as does this Jarvan. As Dusty's just being beaten down and bashed around in the top lane.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate spot if you're then that first blood being dropped and seeing the reset from DMG to pick up just some a nice little comfortable lead with the items that they've gone for, especially that Sheen. It's put you in such a rough spot, especially with Camille not having any kind of defense against what K'Sante's got to offer. You're going to be taking a beating every single time you choose to engage, even if it's on your own turn.
Absolutely.
Exactly what it is. Oh, these Qs chasing. We actually did see quite a lot of damage, and that was a really nice Sleepy Trouble Bubble from Qiyana, locking down Hwei in place and putting on the damage, because that's what this mid lane is. It's a game of poke and prod, return and receive. It is going to be this way until one of them draws blood and finds an advantage. Bot lane as well. It's such a same story on all fronts, where this game is so just like backwards and forwards, and then we see top lane, which is a game of bumper cars.
Okay, I like that. It is definitely a game of something. Now we see a bit of a lull state, a bit of a slower situation. Both junglers on the top side of the map. Carrots maybe looking for something onto this K'Sante. Qiyana up very far. Wait, I didn't think you could do that.
Neither did I. Was that K'Sante breaking out of Camilo? I didn't think that was a possibility. I guess it counts as a wall, right? So it would cross up.
All out. Camille was close enough to the edge of the ultimatum for All Out to pull her outside of it. And technically, K'Sante moves first, but is also unstoppable. So the animation can still go through, and then when the animation would finish, you would get leaped back in. But because Camille was pulled out of it, it just breaks. You don't get pulled back. That's very interesting as there's a fight in the bot lane.
Yeah, that there is. Nautilus throws out that hook, but only finds air, so Fierno doesn't get to go in and push his advantage any further. It's a little scrap, it's a little scuffle, but we don't actually see too much of a headway from it. And Dusty returns to lane once more. Post-reset, has to catch up from the position they're in, has to push out from under this tower. And it is, you said it earlier, Sheikah, and it's just true. This is a slow game, but you know how slow games go in League. It just means there's going to be some kind of massive explosive finish.
There is always the case. One team finds the angle to allow themselves that little bit of a lead. And my guess is going around second, third Dragon, but bot lane.
Yeah, it's a really rough position for Shy to be in, because you want to chase this kill, but you recognize how low you are, and you don't want to give it up to Brody, and that's kind of what's happening here. You're locked on the tower. Fierno is lower than anything. Shy is absolutely quaking with how low they are. It's a nice flash of Fruity carries. The spear gets thrown, but it doesn't find anything, and the flurry as well falls on deaf ears, as Shy just gets to stand there and recall just in sight, but too far to be in mind. Doesn't matter, Fruity Carrots picks a kill up anyway. Pighead recalling in a unfortunate position. Fierno has to disengage, but doesn't manage to make it out alive. And this is Hwei finding the mark and finding damage being put to sleep by Zoe. Does mean you're going to be finding a lot of damage returned your way. And Qiyana and Brody have all the tools in their arsenal to just slowly walk away from the fight. But it's a little bit too late. DMG finds 2 more kills added to their tally during that fight. And Shy's just left, apparently. Oh no.
It's fine. Still walking the lane. I think it's just Spectate playing tricks on us.
Yeah.
I would imagine there would normally be a pause there. It's now the ults, double ults top side.
That is big engage from this side, and DMG have to again just disengage. This feels like the same old story of this game. Is just been people kind of like pushing these advantage states, making sure they go as far as they can, and people recognizing it and knowing when to back off, because this is a patient, slow game.
K'Sante has so many ways to force Camille out of the ultimatum, and we are just going to see a trade-up of Grubs for Dragon again, this time reversed by teams as Nuclear Vikings look to square up the number of Grubs in the game, while DMG look to give themselves their first Dragon of the game. As, I mean, we had a bit of an explosive fight bot, we've had a couple of explosive trades top, no real big team fight yet that's going to break the game wide open though, and that is what we are building towards.
That it is. I'm seeing these counts go higher, but more importantly, I'm seeing these objectives rise and fall. All of DMG gathering up on this Dragon, knowing that they have a nice little advantage in how many Grubs they've got, so evening out this Dragon tally will be a very, very comfortable spot to put themselves in. And it's a little bit too little too late. As Nuclear Vikings start to cycle round, they see the Drake fall, so they do know that DMG does have some presence down there. Qiyana moving in to a fight that does seem a little bit skewed into their favor, but instead, yeah, nothing really happens down here. It's just top lane is scuffling, they're scrapping as ever, they're kind of they're changing blow for blow, and we've all reset back to our respective lanes to chill out and try again another day.
We do a little bit of chilling, we do a little bit of slow gameplay. This Hawkshot really giving all the information this bot lane could ever need.
Yeah, big Luciano unfortunately doesn't really find anyone, but the closing dash to get a little bit closer to Fierno does put them back in their place for flashing that taunt at them. The Shy, unfortunately for them, goes in a little bit too deep. They find the steal of Pantheon's spear. They also find themselves peppered by Brody's arrows, and all that's left is Emilio wondering where their ADC's gone.
To Narnia, if I had to guess. It's a beautiful ult from Azir Kaiser.
Yeah, you've been pushed all the way to Kingdom Come as Dusty uses Camille's movement to their absolute best to disengage. And all of a sudden, we've hit the mid game and it's just explosion after explosion. We were saying during the first 10 minutes this was a slow game. It feels like the teams heard us and said, you want fights? Yeah, we'll give you fights. They won't be allowed to shove.
Nah, it looks like we've got a bit of, maybe, possibly. No, never mind. There might just be something happening in the jungle.
There definitely is. I love waiting in that bush to be like, okay, red buff can have its way with you, and then I'll just pick off the corpse at the end. Which is what happens, especially as we see K'Sante move down. Fruity Carrots once again, unfortunately, falls to their hands. Red buff goes down, and that's a big chunk of advantage gone from the Nuclear Vikings jungle, as everyone else is kind of left roaming around, going back to their lanes, knowing that there's not much they can really do about the situation that transpired, apart from accept it, nod, and move on.
Dangerous days for Dusty here, knowing that the Jarvan is still on the top side of this map.
Yeah, a lot of damage once again. We've seen the situation before. You've been pushed off the wall. Dusty just has to disengage, recognizing the spot they're in before. He gets pulled right back into K'Sante's loving arms. It's a lot of damage, and it looks like something we're going to be seeing this Jarvan try and capitalize on. Unfortunately, an early tower shot is not something you want, and a Pantheon ult scares them off. Fruity Carrots comes in, making sure that Dusty gets protected from all oncoming harm, and DMG respects it. Backs away, lives to fight another day.
Yana forcing the Jarvan flash on the back end there, and this Herald should now be free game for the side of Nuclear Vikings. It's the fight on the bot side, Fierno going solo.
Yeah, that's a disengage from Brody. It kind of has to be in a spot like this. You kind of take that kill if you're DMG as well. You don't overextend because you know Brody definitely does have the kill power to just pop Shy if you overextend. So you take it. You accept that you're in a winning situation and you make sure you don't give anything towards them.
Now, that chase down comes in. Breath of Life. Really just the safety you need with the TP.
Oh, Sheikah, this is looking good for Nuclear Vikings. They're starting to turn around. Pighead's just taken a lot of damage from a couple of tower shots. Damage that you realize you don't really want to have taken, especially if you've got Camille and Ashe chasing you, and not just chasing you, but jumping you as well. K'Sante, where are you going? Never mind, he's on his driver's license. He may have taken a wrong turn. He may have messed up on the parallel park, but it's okay because he still drives it home and finds the way back to the station. The Rift Herald does take that top tower, and I'm stunned. I'm not gonna lie, I'm shocked Pighead made it out of that bot lane alive.
I'm more shocked because Nuclear Vikings weren't the ones with Herald. It was stolen away at some point.
Oh, yes it was. Wait, what the hell?
There's a lot going on in this game. We said cool, calm, collected. I was wrong, friends. This is not cool, calm, collected. This is just as chaotic as game number 1.
That it was, and Kiana and the way in this mid lane are both looking to keep that message alive, and by that I mean the cool, calm, and collected one, as they simply take their time. They make sure it's calm, they make sure it's cool, and they make sure it is collected and slow, as we see that little balloon cannon minion get popped. And it's just an even game from it. Dusty hung around for a hell of a long time during that recall, by the way. Obviously, they're safe and sound. Camille Hookshot just kind of does that. And while we've been talking, 2 towers have been busted in top lane. No one seems to be recalling to do anything about it. So, K'Sante's just going to be allowed to keep pushing.
The push. Forwards and back. Forwards and back. There's no back. It's the Cataclysm.
Yep, we're back into the fight once again. Fruity Carrot goes low and goes far as they go all the way, unfortunately, to the Netherrealm, get taken down. Hwei stays alive, but Paddlestar looks to try and find some damage that only hits a minion. And
my lord!
Oh my god, a brilliant Hwei execution finds its way to the body. What on earth is happening here? This Hwei is an artillery cannon, finding shot after shot, raining down from the heavens. That is such a good advantage. It didn't look like you were going to have 10 seconds.
Oh my dear lord. What? What? Wait, I don't understand this champion fully yet. You know what? Sure.
We've got no position other than to nod and say okay, because we don't actually fully understand what it is we're watching. But for now, Camille's cage comes out, locking you in place and finding so much more damage. But this unyielding defense turns into offense. K'Sante showing why he's been at the top of these tier lists, why he's been shown off at Worlds time and time again. It's just damage and defense in spades. Nuclear Vikings can't seem to scrap whenever DMG is their top laner around.
My big concern for Nuclear Vikings going forwards is you've got an early game AD carry that scales okay, but will take a little while with from behind. You've got an early game jungler who's going to fall off a cliff after a point. You're relying on Camille and Zoe for a lot of your damage, and you're dealing with a K'Sante who just kind of sits there, takes the skill shots, and doesn't take damage, as we are seeing beautifully demonstrated by Azir, Kaiser, and Qiyana here.
Yeah,
If there's no lead found soon.
Yeah, Resting shows up the backup as well. It just makes Qiyana have to back off from this. Sure, with a little bit more time, and with the range they were playing, they could have whittled down K'Sante a little bit more. But again, it's all about knowing your limits, knowing your ranges. And we're just seeing top lane, but in top, mid lane, but in top lane this time. However, this gank turns the tides, and that is a dead Zoe. This Jarvan is omnipresent, Chica.
6-0-1 on this Hwei. Hwei and Jarvan just pairing up so nicely throughout the entirety of this game. 2 items now completed for this K'Sante, as well as mid lane. Dickhead's just dead. Blown up. Goodbye. Arrow to the forehead. You ain't getting up from that one, friend.
Yeah, a very unfortunate spot to be in, but one that unfortunately can't be helped in a time like this. K'Sante, again, it's just everyone's playing the same lanes. They've all just cycled round the map. Guys, I get that laning phase is somewhat over. But when that means it's not laning phase part 2. This is not how this goes normally.
But it is the best lane assignments for this point in the game. It's the champions that can best match up to each other. Granted, Qiyana really not having a fun time in that top lane right now, at the very least. No safety of towers to fall back to when the wave gets to a point.
Yeah, there really isn't. It seems to be these like roams, these split pushes, but also when they can all come together, it's all making so much sense for DMG. It's like I used the word earlier, omnipresent. It feels like as a team, in fact, that's how they're moving. They're split pushing at the right times, they're coming together at the right times, and this is another testament to it. Nuclear Vikings being forced to all come to mid lane to respond to this push. And again, they can't push too much further. They're seeing a Hwei with 700 gold on his head, but they can't go in and kill him even when he's on low health because the rest of DMG are just there. And now they've got to make a choice. Are they going to go deal with the K'Sante, or are they going to hang around where the other 4 members of the team are? And in fact, no matter what choice they make, it's an unfortunate truth that DMG's ready to respond by regrouping, leaving, regrouping, trying again.
Well, Dusty just got solo boloed in the bot lane.
Yep.
K'Sante's online. This Lucian's online. This Hwei's online. This is terrifying. This is absolutely terrifying for Nuclear Vikings.
Now, not to like... not to try and jinx anything, but this is a very similar spot that we saw last game in. So I'd be inclined to make some kind of comment of like DMG's like really ahead, they've got this, it's like it's all in their favor, which it very much is. You look at the gold, you look at the kills, look at objectives, they have it all going for them. But we have seen these games flip around. We have quite literally seen that about 40 minutes ago. So I'm not counting out Nuclear Vikings yet by any regard.
Yeah, no, that's a solid statement. I mean, Camille definitely can do the job of an Aatrox at a point. You just kind of get to your items, you hit people a couple of times, they die. True damage is funny. Question is, how long does it take to get to that point?
Funny's definitely a word for what true damage is. We will agree on it being funny and we'll move on from that. As Qiyana moves into this lane, unfortunately does miss everything on Hwei and just has to backpedal, has to accept, like, yep, I pushed that, I tried my best, you're now not CSing, you're now not pushing the tower, so I've done my job, goodbye. And speaking of goodbye, K'Sante going in once more on Dusty, and Dusty has to say goodbye, has to just walk away from it. This is the threat that DMG are posing at this point. There is no member of the Nuclear Vikings that can take any of DMG, apart from Milio, but that goes without saying, in a solo fight. So they have to be pushing for these team fights. They specifically can't be pushing for team fights. They have to be pushing for lopsided ones. They have to be taking like 3-on-1s or 4-on-2s. That is their way into this. That and objective play. But DMG, I feel like at least a little bit aware of this because their team fight potential is always there. These TPs are always up, and these squad pushes are always ready to rock.
That Breath of Life is just so good at getting rid of some of the CC that's been dropped down. Curved round the tank for Qiyana there, dropping Pighead extremely low. This Dragon is up in 8 seconds, and Nuclear Vikings are just not in a position to contest.
Yeah, they really aren't. They probably feel like they have to right now. So
Are they going
Nasher? Dragon, I think they're going for Baron. I think they know what DMG are going for, and rather
Going
than
for
taking
Nasher.
a team fight, yeah, they're not taking a team fight that they know that they probably lose. So instead, they're splitting their resources up. They're making sure that even though DMG are picking up this third Dragon, they can get the bigger buff of Baron. Is it gonna fall? Yes, it is. Before DMG even get a sight on it, it is gone. Frankly, I think Nuclear Vikings made the perfect call there.
Yeah, that's definitely the correct call to make. Fino gonna give their life away to get the rest of the team out. 4 Barons out. That's really good for Nuclear Vikings in what is a losing situation.
Yeah, you're really, really not upset with that if you're a Nuclear Vikings or Nuclear Vikings supporter. You're very happy to see that Baron buff come online.
Will it be the difference maker, though, is the real question.
I don't know. We've seen games where it has... Oh, hey! Incredible.
Go back for you.
Yeah, incredible prevention of the recall. And it's not just prevention of the recall, it's an all-in. But is it the right one to go for? I don't know. Fruity Carrots has dropped that Baron buff, and it means that Qiyana also has to backpedal away, and they are probably going to stumble and fall here as well. Yup, we've gone from 4 Baron holders down to 2. Brody and Dusty, the only 2 carrying the will of the Baron alive. That's really not what you wanted to see after you had such a phenomenal objective capture. And the fight hasn't stopped yet, though. Dusty gets locked in, and unfortunately locked in is not where you want to be. There's only 1 more Baron buff alive, and it's on the hands of Brody as they are staying under that tower, knowing that they are the sole survivor of that previous fight that is kicking. And this tower is just gonna fall. They can't do much about it, unfortunately. This Baron had the potentiality to be the tide turner, but in the blink of an eye, the potential of it has crumbled away.
DMG just opting to throw the wallet in the face of the Vikings. And the Vikings, they don't recognize a wallet. They're used to axes and horned helmets.
Yeah.
It's caught them off guard.
It definitely has. I'm trying to find my words for it, but it's just like it was a complete pivot from one of the best tactical decisions they could have gone for splitting and going for Baron rather than trying to contest the third Dragon for DMG, straight into, oh, we've got Baron, we can fight, which unfortunately, wrong time, wrong place. That was the truth, I think, but those decisions were made at the wrong times.
Absolutely. I mean, you're going for a very split fight. Fruity Carrots is diving in, 1v1, turns into a 2v1, falls. You then have Qiyana getting caught by Lucian, Milio, and K'Sante. They fall. You've then got Dusty in the middle of 5 people. They fall. It's just a 1-by-1 situation that is proving to be more and more detrimental to the Vikings because they are playing a pit comp. They have to catch someone off, not get caught off themselves.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate spot to be in general. Again, they know that they can't teamfight. They know they can't even really 1v1, and that situation was a testament to it. We saw someone try and take a 1v1, have it reversal. They even had Baron buff up, and it just simply wasn't enough. If you're Nuclear Vikings here, you are kind of scrabbling to try and think, where's our win coming from? And Shigo, if you're on that team, where do you think it's coming from?
You're playing to scale for Camille and Ashe at this point. You're going to get to a point where the damage being dealt by these 2 carries is way beyond anything that would ever be expected. Same for Kiana to a degree. You just need to be able to play this pick comp effectively, and even if you can't pick people off on their own, you look to start a fight by blowing somebody up with Ash Arrow into Zoe combo.
Yeah, it's all about playing to the benefits that you have. I remember getting told at some point that, like, in a game like League, when you're behind, the thing that you kind of, like, drop the carry mentality, you drop the I want to get kills mentality, and you just simply think of what is in my kit, what is in my power that I can bring to help the rest of my team. So if you're behind and you're in a spot like Kiana, you're putting so much priority on, like, okay, Sleepy Troll Bubble, that is, there you go, like that. It's landing on the priority targets. We're making sure that we take the right person out of the fight at the right time, so that someone like Brody can come in and actually start racking up the damage against them. And this is kind of, I think, the mentality that they're going for here, with Kiana kind of like flirting down the sides, making sure that they're out of vision, out of sight, so they can get off these stuns. Same with Fierno. We're seeing them kind of like, we've seen them sacrifice themselves for the greater good a couple times, and it has paid off for the better. But in this kind of scenario, DMG are more than happy to push that forwards and make sure that they get the intro into the fight. They get in before any of the kind of like CC or gimmicks that Nuclear Vikings have can show their face, and they are setting up very, very nicely for this next dragon. Chico, I don't even know if Nuclear Vikings can contest this. This is Mountain Soul as well.
This is Soul Point, and I don't think the contest will come through. Arrow does hit. The fight is looking to brew.
As it is, they have to break off from farming off this dragon, and I'm seeing a lot of blood get spilled, actually, but unfortunately for Nuclear Vikings, it's not in their favor. That is a soul getting taken, and they're beginning to fall apart. Dusty should be able to get out here, but Brody falls, as does Fierno. There is blood in the water, and DMG can feel it. Oh, Dusty, using that mobility to the best of their advantage, does manage to almost get out, but unfortunately for them, it's not enough. Jarvan can chase you to Kingdom Come.
Every chance in the world that this could be game.
Yeah.
40-ish second death timers. Ash and Nautilus are the first two up. Kiana the only one still alive. So it's on Kiana, Fierno, and Brody to really try and stop this. There's no ultimates really available. Are just going to say, okay, we'll break open the base and we'll back off for now.
I'm kind of surprised that DMG are falling back here. I understand that there's like a lot of kind of stress, right, on we've got so many bounties, we don't want a chance to get back in this game. It's the safer option to backpedal here, reset, get that push going again. But you said it yourself, everyone else was on like 40-second death timers. You probably could have got a little bit extra stuff up, like a little bit more momentum, a little bit more damage found. But at the same time, getting super minions does give a lot more damage to a lot more gold to Nuclear Vikings. And speaking of, if this Baron pops, if this Baron goes to DMG, I might be inclined to say it's a little bit over. And I don't think Nuclear Vikings can contest this at the moment. They're just having to hang back, send out projectiles. Kind of almost feels like warning shots. There's a big engage as well from Jarvan, making sure that no one from Nuclear Vikings can even get in to start contesting this. Kiana goes in, does find a little bit of damage. Brody falls. That's the main damage output of the Nuclear Vikings vanishing as the Fruity Chaos goes down. Baron follows Sweet. Fierno vanishes from Summoner's Rift as well. That's 3 players down. That's a Baron buff getting found. That's a mundo amount of tower damage, and not much standing in the way of DMG. Chica, I think we might be seeing the end of the game here.
Definitely are seeing the end of the game. The back into Baron, into end mentality is good from DMG. Dusty doing everything they can to try and defend. It's not quite enough. And DMG might have been Domino once. Now they are damage to Nuclear Vikings left, right, and center all game long as the Vikings, they aren't conquering today.
Yeah, definitely a very unfortunate kind of landslide that happened in that game. We had our last game be a two-way landslide that crumbled one way then fell the other. This one was just like, we have a lead and it's not going anywhere. Yeah.
Straight avalanche.
That was, I'd call it somewhat of a masterclass of how to hold on to your lead and not let it go away.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, DMG, they find these early game leads into a team that realistically needs to find early leads, because pick poke comps, they need to find something early game to allow themselves that little bit of room to play, to have that control, to play from a position of power. They didn't have that. and DMG choked them out of every little piece of information they could have ever had. It was just beautifully executed, and it seems this new roster is really, really doing them some good.
Yeah, a lot of questions were kind of made about that roster before we started, and I think it shows that those decisions were placed in the right places. Though that kind of investment is paying off, and seeing that team kind of carry forwards for the rest of the season could be the way forward for DMG. That was beautifully played and beautifully executed. Well, Sheikah, before we sign off for the night, anything else you want to add or say before we throw it back to our beautiful desk?
2 more of those, please.
Just give us more. I'll be hanging around and watching this, and I definitely want to see more. So, yeah. That's it for us. Throwing it back to your desk to take it away.
We are back once again, and let's have a little look at the stats, right? Let's have a little look at the stats. I want to say, I feel like Pure, for a debut, really kind of showed up. You know, the Hwei, I've seen many a Hwei, but this one, a little bit different.
Yeah, that has a not really there in these scores on the doors. Instead, Hwei, the other long-range mage, was pretty pivotal. We called it in draft, I think, that the Hwei would like make the job of this force engage from Nuclear Vikings difficult. I don't think I appreciate quite how difficult. Even when Nuclear Vikings like came together for a set play, they were gunning for the Hwei. They were trying to take him out. That was the objective, and it just looked so difficult.
And Doctor, you talked about it as well, that top lane matchup, the K'Sante into the Camille. You said Camille's going to have a bit of a tough time. It was exactly that. I feel like all in all, DMG, we said, would their new roster changes bring a lot of light to them? It feels like this team is getting it going right now, Doctor.
Yeah, very much so. And especially, you know, you would think that a team that's, you know, coming together for the first time, but that newer team, that they'd be struggling in the, you know, big coordinated movements. Normally, you know, you get the new teams like, okay, we're doing good in our, you know, in our lanes individually, but then you see things, you know, like the big dive on bot lane, where everyone's coming together, we're all getting involved, we're all keeping everyone alive. But even outside of that as well, when you're against a pig comp, obviously it's very important that you stay ahead, you maintain vision, even when, you know, the score is 20-5 or something like that. There's still a chance that an Ash arrow comes on through, you know, a hook comes through, boom, that's a 1k bounty. So to not fall victim to that, to keep the momentum going, and to be able to just push forward, especially after things like the Baron gets picked up, it's a pretty good showing for a first iteration, well, not first iteration, but first game of the new iteration.
Yeah, I think DMG looked pretty good. They looked better than before. I think the Nuclear Vikings, I don't want to blame it all on draft, but I definitely feel like there was some aspects of that kind of coming into play. I think things just didn't work out in their favor, and as we said pre-game, they had to get that ball rolling. If they don't build up a lead, it's going to be very difficult to kind of bring that one back. And I want to bring up the first VT. Let's go to the Dragon Soul fight, because Temporal, I feel like this kind of just tells the story of a lot of the game.
Yeah, this is kind of the destination of the journey. We've cut down everything. But this is Nuclear Vikings trying to get that snap engage. They don't manage to find the Hwei, even though the arrow was on target, even though the attempt was there. Maybe a bit more communication around the summoner spells will let them pick a better target. And by the time the dragon's out, we saw Zoe flashing away over there, Hwei capitalizing on his top laner and jungler's plays throughout this game. And we'll see the Sante take 2 as a result. And even though Dusty ran for the hills, the rest of Nuclear Vikings did not get away, and DMG able to clean house.
Yeah, no, indeed. And I feel like, Doctor, where do you kind of see the next step for Nuclear Vikings, right? Like, they started off well. It feels like they've kind of been dipping a little bit in potential. Do you feel like, okay, look, we say that's round one, round 1 done.
Ding ding.
Now we move on to round robin 2. What's the kind of read? Do you feel like new metas could change and therefore give them advantage? Or is it maybe there's just some kind of things that need to work on to find their identity?
Yeah, it feels a little bit like you know, a lot of things to work on, you know? As we come in now 1-6 at the end of the round robin, and just, you know, off the back of looking at that game, the most recent game, it's like, fellas, it's a bit sort of discoordinated. The draft wasn't looking great, the execution wasn't looking great, the lanes weren't going great. So unfortunately for, you know, for Nuclear, there's a lot that we kind of need to go back to a drawing board with, and we got to do it quite quickly if we want to, you know, be able to bring things back in time for the second round robin.
Yeah, indeed. And Temporal, looking at DMG, obviously we got Doctor's take on it. How are you feeling about the new switch up? Do you feel like, obviously, against Nuclear Vikings, that is the bottom of the table battle right now, DMG Nuclear Vikings, maybe they looked a little bit stronger, or do you feel like actually, you know what, there are some fundamentals there that you really could see taking them actually quite far?
Sorry, was that when it comes to Nuclear Vikings or DMG?
No, DMG, sorry, the new roster.
Yeah, I think, you know, you only have to make playoffs. You have to, like, reach 6th, and then you can play out if you're confident. So the first round robin, if it's sort of sacrificed, you can make it there. I think they look confident. I think this game plan looked rehearsed. A lot of our criticism, Nuclear Vikings are valid flipped the other way around. I think the Hwei was executed very well. And that was sort of top lane and AD, top lane and jungle rather, playing around it at various points in the game. They had their small units, they had their calls down. We'll have to see if it continues. The pressure's on, and, you know, they're doing a great job so far.
Well, indeed, that is it. That is going to be all from us. We are going to say goodbye as a desk. When we come back, it'll be 3 new faces, 2 new casters, and the match of the week. It is going to be Ruddy versus Venom Crest. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Four Nations. It's time for game number 3 on the day. My name is Trajan. I'm now joined by Temporal and Sheikah on the desk. And we've got the match of the week in front of us, folks. We have Ruddy versus Venom Crest, both chilling in joint second right now after Lions Creed Academy pulled away just on Monday, taking the win over Venom Crest. So both of these teams want to catch them as quick as possible. That second place slot is very important. That gives you, I believe, a first round bye in the playoffs as far as I'm aware, or seeding choice. It gives you something good. You want to be up there. Both of these teams want to leapfrog over the other one. So without further ado, let's start first with Ruddy. Because this is a team, I think, that it's been with us for a couple of splits now. They're very charismatic, they're very characterful, they're very exciting to watch, and that has not changed from split to split. We have the Ruddy esports roster in front of us here, continuing with Puru in the jungle. Now, Temporal, how do you feel about Puru's game on Monday? And do you think that this is still a jungle that can easily slot into the general Ruddy game plan?
The Mavericks of UK and Irish esports running with their substitute jungler again. Puru back in the day, big Zac player. Always had that banned against him, except earlier this week or on Monday,
Yeah.
he got his Zac, freshly enjoying the season 14 changes, and he had a great time. And I think there were multiple engaged pieces, and then a Vayne Azir, it was enough to get them over the line against a flagging BMG. And now they get to test that against some stronger competition.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I love that you bring up the dual carries they run with. Ruddy has always been a team that has very strong individual players, right? The mechanics on display, their ability to clutch out in the late stage. Honestly, across most of the Ruddy rosters, even if you look at the NLC, there's kind of a through line here. This team just seems to have that X factor instilled throughout it. And one player that really
X factor
stood
is the
out.
right word. Earlier today,
Yeah.
they took down first place in the NLC.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, there's something about this organization, not even just this team, is kind of a little bit special. And I want to focus a little bit on Sin here. You mentioned the Vayne that he pulled out, and this is a player that has been at the top of our bot lane for a long time. Sheikah, you have seen and casted many a Sin game now for the Four Nations. Talk to me a little bit about what you think it is that makes this player so strong, such a reliable win condition for Ruddy down there.
Sin has always been quite a scaling heavy player, but that doesn't mean that he's not averse to having a bit of a kerfuffle in the early game. Bit of a scrap, bit of a tickle with the enemy. And it normally works out on top. A very good mechanical player can pilot things like the Vayne, the Twitch, the Kog'Maw to great success. And these champions that you don't normally expect to have the best early game, you know, they're hyper scaling, they hit a point, they hit your 3-4 items and they're unstoppable. Sin makes them look like a Draven, like a Lucian, like these things that just dominate the early game. And I think that's the biggest factor for this player, is the general ability to just be consistent at every stage of the game and allow for the rest of Ruddy to do whatever they so please, as long as he is able to play his own game.
Yeah, you can see that the average deaths is not low, right? But like it's because he likes to scrap, he likes to get stuck in and still play these kind of scaling characters. It stands in contrast to a player that we used to have, Vanguard, who would also pick a lot of scaling carries like, Vayne, and then would try to pop off like every late game team fight. He's trying to go crazy, he's trying to 1v9. But in the early game, it wasn't as good, and we didn't see as much from him, and there was the times when he would push it too far. Sin feels like a person who is more scrappy early, still drafts these kind of late game champions, but is a little more reliable in those late game scenarios. Isn't going to push the boundary quite as far, perhaps, but is going to not throw the lead away. A lot, maybe a few times.
I think definitely more careful in the 2v2 in the early game, and it's knowing when Twitch spikes against a ridiculously niche setup.
Yeah.
RIP to the Hive Loose and Belfast 2v2 bot lane. They would just send it at every opportunity, which really can get that snowball going a bit quicker, but sometimes looks a little bit suspicious.
It's a gambit, and as gambits go, sometimes it does not always pay off. Ruddy, second last time in the championship. Sin sticking around from that roster, as is most of the rest of them, and they're looking to make another run to that high finish position. Now, let's palm it over to Venom Crest, another of our top contenders. Some would have said the #1 contender even, going into this split before we started to get stuck in, and Lions Creed showed us what they could really do. Here's the roster in front of us. Fastleg back in. Little Pat subbed in for the last game. Fastleg has now returned. The Master of the Engage is back on the Rift. And we have now seen this team lose. We've seen them lose to Lions Creed Academy. Sheikah, what do you think was maybe the prime factor in that? Do you think it was the sub? Do you think they were just a little out of sorts that day? Do you think it was just an off day for them? Or do you think Lions Creed are actually just they're just them? They're just two poggers to lose.
I mean, it's Cabbage Creed, right? They've played together for so long. They have such a good synergy amongst each other that it's very, very hard to take down a team like that. We nearly saw it earlier today. We didn't. And it's just more of that showing of any team that comes up against Lions Creed is going to struggle. I think Venom Crest, for me, was the team that I'd pegged as the team that were going to be able to do it. I'm not sure if bringing Little Pants in impacted that at all. I'm no saying one way or the other. But I do think that Lions Creed are just a whole different beast, and while Venom Crest are still a very, very, very good team, they have shown kinks in that armor now. And it's up to teams like Ruddy to exploit those.
Yeah, we did see some weakness finally show their face, and Ruddy certainly a team that can find a weakness and really push into it, I think. But a matchup that I want to specifically highlight here is the top lane. Kenji has been maybe the most impressive member of Venom Crest. They've got a lot of impressive players, do not get me wrong, but Kenji is someone that we weren't as familiar with in the Four Nations, and has blown his way into the top lane, carries every game almost, it feels like. There was a Malphite just to make sure we all knew he could do that as well. But let's take a look at this top lane. Temporal, we've got Akers on one side, a very well-known name in the scene. Kenji, this bright young rising star, pulling out the carries every time. Talk to me about how you think this matchup is going to go. Do you think Akers is going to be playing to try and contest that lane, or is he going to sit back and let the young explosive carry just kind of go off?
I kind of think Kenji's got something to prove here. Akers is like a stalwart, a bastion at this stage, and every now and again pushes a little bit too far, but that's a rarity, that's the exception. Whereas for Kenji, I feel like he's trying to have a statement year. That KDA, that gold, that looks very similar, but the damage, the underlying value, maybe not quite there so far. Gonna be interested to see which way this goes. Kenji normally on more stuff like the Camille's, like we saw in the last game, that might not work out if the rest of the team isn't shaped to it. Whereas Akers, I'm sure, is going to be comfortable in at the deep end on anything Ruddy needs.
Yeah, something specifically I think on Kenji that we've seen so much from him is the Gwen top lane. He seems to be, I think we have seen one other person do it. Maybe Dusty, I believe, pulled out the Gwen at least once. But we've seen multiple Gwen top games from Kenji. So Sheikah, talk to me a little bit about this Gwen top. What do you think the role this champion plays in the top lane is right now? Because Akers is playing a lot of usual stuff. He's playing Cassante, etc. You know what I mean? He's playing kind of the usual suspects up there. Where do you think Gwen fits into that meta right now?
Bully. That's the name of the game for Gwen.
Rude.
You beat them up. You see a tank, you snip them down. You cut off their legs. You just shave a little bit of their height off until they're about this high and you can just boot them halfway across the rift.
What?
It's
Just brutal
That- that-
torture there.
The metaphor
you know,
got
just-
more visceral the longer it went on.
Gwen is very, very good at
Yeah.
nullifying these tanks in lane and allowing the rest of the team a little bit of breathing room come team fights, because she soaked a lot of pressure with the Hallowed Mist. She can skip and slash all around the team fight. I mean, you've seen ankles being broken by space gliding from AD carries. Gwen quite literally breaks them by just saying, nope!
Yeah.
And then you have the needlework to go through the entire team. She heals for so much of the damage. She's dealing this true damage on the snip. Gwen does a lot of different things. But the linchpin is that fighting a tank in lane, bullying a tank out, finding that individual lead. That is what Gwen is for in this meta.
She kind of space glides herself a little bit as well with the dash and the mist and everything. She's a bit of a space glider up there, so everyone has to beware. When she pops the ghost, you gotta be flashing a wall, or it is over for you, my friend. So with that
I
in
love the
mind,
Gwen is immune memes and like the whoa Gwungle, whoa, just so much fun.
yeah, we'll see if Kenji is willing to bring it out, or if Vaku's just gonna blind a Cassante and then maybe leave the door open for Kenji to try and flex that one, or if it is gonna be maybe Kenji meeting his match in this veteran of the top lane in Akers. But with that in mind, let's head forward to the draft. Let's see what they're going to be prioritizing here, which lane is going to be prioritized. I'm very interested to see who Venomcrest is putting their money on, and it looks like maybe Roskilde with a Hwei first pick in the mid lane. We've witnessed the business that Hwei can get up to in that last game with the new DMG roster. Temporal, take a look through the bans, a look at these rosters. I've already picked out the Hwei. What else is singing to you from this draft pick?
Man, we're just into sad boys and bows in the UK. Like, what on earth? Way first pick every single game is a lot. I'm also looking over at Ruddy. We got Puru's Zach.
Oh, we
It's
do.
coming back. It's repeating. I think Ketso and Akers can trade where those carries are going. Like, okay, so Karma's going down. Will be likely the Yone in mid up into the Hwei. Hwei, a ranged mage, so normally falls down to the pattern of approach from Yone. I think Hwei normally gets around this though. Hasn't suffered as much as picks like the Azir or other similar traditional mages that just really don't like the Yone. So we'll have to see, Roskilde. There's a bit of burden of execution here for you, my friend.
I really like Venomcrest's draft here. You have a bit of everything, right? You've got the good poke coming through from a freebie and Roskilde on Ezreal Hwei. You've got decent team fight from Renekton, Rakan, Poppy. You've got good peel. You have two poke mages who can just play a team fight out front to back. You've got backline access. You've got the ability to just kind of say no to the enemies engage. There is a lot going for Venomcrest here. And on the side of Ruddy, I mean, the game plan is relatively telegraphed, right? Varus maybe goes lethality, but I'm expecting on a hit with the team that we're seeing. It's very front to back. We're just gonna go forwards. You've got Elastic Slingshot into Hop Meganar, into Soul Unbound Fate Sealed. There is not much room for skill expression coming through from Ruddy, which might actually be what bites them in the backside in the long run, because Venomcrest have a lot of ways to just kind of say no to a lot of that simplistic style of play.
I do
What
love the
I'm like
Poppy,
really
if I told you,
curious
man.
about.
The biggest
Yeah.
no button in the meta right now. Poppy W.
Poppy W saying no is really cool and it's really strong. There are 3 people it's got to say no to, and then a chains of corruption to maybe lock you out of position. 3 is normally the point at which by like any dash now counters Poppy, because there's not enough Poppy to go around. Hitting Zac is like the biggest one, completely locks him out. But maybe it's still enough. Maybe the Poppy is still the strongest point.
I think even if the Steadfast Presence doesn't block every single bit of engage, you are still looking at the Hwei Fear, you're still looking at Rakan Charm. There's still a lot of different ways you can kind of force people to go backwards or keep them in one area long enough for Hwei and Ezreal to reposition, or Renekton to just gun it for this Varus. I'm going to be very interested to see how these team fights play out, and if Venomcrest can accrue some kind of lead, given the fact that in my mind, they have 3 winning lanes.
Okay, we have a very exciting draft here for our match of the week, folks. Venomcrest Serpents versus Ruddy Esports. A lot of comfort for Ruddy. Erling Narland's very own Nar, the Puru Jackson, Aketsuo Wind Brother. Hui on the other side with the Poppy to try and counter. Let's get into it, folks. Time to hand it over to the casters for this match. Orbital and Rev, take it away.
I am very excited. We are hoping to have a good match. I mean, these are both 5-1 squads. They are hoping to make another mark. As it was stated on the desk, they need to secure that second place. They need to secure a top spot, and there's no better time to do it than right now. Rev, I mean, are you as excited for this draft as the desk is? Because, I mean, they were talking a little bits and pieces. It seemed like everyone had a little bit of a hand to watch out for.
Yeah, well, I am pretty excited. Both of those teams seems to have a pretty laid out plan for them on what they want to do, how they want to dominate on the map. I am maybe a little bit worried for the Ruddy squad, as Jika very nicely stated. They are a little bit telegraphed, but who uses telegraph this day and age? Maybe like, I don't know, text, Skype, maybe they won't check their messages and, oh no, they didn't check.
Oh man, the telegraph arrived very, very late. Unfortunately, it was coming by train and you needed it by satellite. Venomcrest, go ahead and grab one kill very, very neatly.
The thing is, you've already spent 3 summoners to do that, so maybe there's a way to punish that aggression on the bottom side, maybe try and catch out their Rakan. Of course, it's a very slippery champion, and Fast-Legged is a name that fits the champion as well, but maybe with this little bit of bush trap, they will be able to take control of the lane early on.
I mean, that's what they're trying to do. You saw the very early push up into the lane by the side of Ruddy. They went ahead and said, hey, let's try and get some handles. But a freebie and Fast-Legged were more than ready for it, going ahead and pushing away, saying, no, you don't get that free damage on us. I know we have a non-summoner spell support right now, but Sin and Jiangsu not allowed to be kind of that upfront bully. And if anything, it'll be zoning off of maybe some slight XP and gold. Other than that, as long as you don't lose HP, I think Venomcrest are going to be okay.
Yeah, and of course the Ezreal pick fits very nicely into that role. You can never fully zone him out of the wave, that Mystic Shot range, make sure that you will not ever freeze on him unless, I don't know, you overcommit. But with the Karma, you don't have a real way to lock him down, make sure that he never moves until his screen is gray. And you will always need to be wary of the Poppy. We see that Bartholdi is playing the Hex Flash as well. So with him pathing towards the bottom side, with Poppy being way stronger than Zac on the level 3, level 4, Zac really wants to have 3 points in the Elastic Slingshot to have any range to actually threaten a long range gank. You need to be wary even if you have the summoner advantage right now in the bottom lane.
Need to be safe. Both junglers have been noted to be headed down towards that bot side. A very nice ward by Roskilde was able to kind of figure that one out. Now on the bot side, though, it will be a jump forward and a little bit of a dash back and forth right now. It was Fast-Legged that said, I want a chance, but Sin goes forward. Quite a few auto attacks, and you can see they're going down. Full stacks up. If you have a piercing arrow, it might work, but it is not going to come through.
Oh, look at the Poppy.
Bartholdi is going to try and make it work. Jiangsu does that flash, is able to get away, and now comes the Zek. Out goes Fast-Legged. Everyone should be okay. A double dash makes it work. And once again, the summoner spells are expended. This time, though, Jiangsu and Sin lose 3 but get 0.
And I really like the communication from Venomcrest, because you saw that trade was a little bit tricky. One might ask, okay, why are you trading here? You don't have the summer advantage. The wave is not at the greatest state, but they did that because they knew that Poppy was keeping her whole bottom side jungle in order to make sure that she shows her presence in the bottom side. She will be able to trade a Hex Flash for many summoners from Sin and Jiangsu. And now the bottom lane is kind of equalized. Of course, Karma with the Varus are still very annoying, and they might try that.
I'm not sure about this dive. I mean, you'll get the kill. It's very, very clean. Never mind, I lied. You are going to trade out your jungler's life. Bartholdi should be able to gather this one under the tower unless there is a denial. You do have Smite up, and one more shot can do it. Oh, just outside. Puru says, nah, I know this champ a bit too well. Well played by Ruddy. Very cool.
Yeah, that was extremely clean. They knew that if the Poppy approaches, she does risk to give one more kill to the enemy carry, and you don't really want to have a fed Varus. That's the only real backline threat that Ruddy has at the moment. You just take the L and you go back into the laning phase, maybe try and make some plays elsewhere. Now, what's going on in the rest of the map? We look at the bottom lane enough, I think. Mid lane, of course, there's a slight advantage on the Hui early on in the game. That's supposed to be a late game carry and immobile mage, but the more players are figuring out the champion, the more annoying it becomes from the lane phase. And in the top side, I think that Iker should have the first move, and maybe we should see Ruddy play towards the first grabs.
You gotta go ahead and gather up that pushing power. I think it was discussed, you know, the pushing strength of all these lanes. It is very real, and if given the opportunity, I think either team gotta have that ability to utilize. If you get all the void grubs, right? You can start pushing down the towers. You can start getting a little extra gold, and I think that would lend itself to that mid lane as well. If we're talking about the likes of Ketsuo, it's just like, hey, yeah, we're doing a good time right now. Though in this bot side, Fast Legged is meeting up with the enemy support, and so far it's just a battle over territory and vision, as Bartholdi is first on the grubs.
Yeah, but as we said, he doesn't need to commit to the grabs, okay? Their team, they don't have the best of the cities. Maybe Ezreal with his Essence Flash can proc the mites, but the rest are quite low range with their auto attacks. You cannot really siege. You're looking more of a dive or maybe counter engage on the enemy team. So one grab, you just deny those extra stats, you deny the easy possibility of the mites, and you just move to try and influence the rest of the map. Poppy is a really early game champion. She does descale and deflate way harder than Zac, I feel, at this moment. So I feel that Bartholdi is on a timer. He needs to do stuff on the map for the next 10-15 minutes, and then it will not really be up to him.
I would actually very much agree with that, right? You do tend to get pulled around if you don't have that early lead. I think when it comes to Poppy, you can see a definitive change a lot of the time from their playstyle, right? You see the immediate change from aggressive overstepping to I have to protect my support, I have to protect my ADC, and when that comes into mind, the opponent can actually read that a lot of the time. Oh, they are going to play defensive. We can use that to our advantage. Teams will grab onto just about everything, and in this matchup where the Poppy is being utilized as such a large-scale defensive tool, it is important to note those pieces. Right now, Ruddy going ahead and scaling up on that Dragon side, but a little bit of an answer. Bartholdi wants this top side, but you're diving a level 6 Mega Gnar, level 7 actually. How quickly can you pin? Multi-stuns come out, but a throw against the wall might be able to trade it back into a 1-for-1, and it does. Akers gets caught heavily by surprise, but I think Venomcrest are going to be pretty happy about this situation. A flash out by Bartholdi as Poru goes ahead and gathers a majority share of the CS. What a dive, though. Not too bad.
Yeah, I'd say that it's a really nice play from Venomcrest, but then here comes Poru. He makes sure to salvage the situation even slightly. The flash from a Poppy is a really important tool to have. You always want to reposition yourself, make sure to tackle the enemy carries into a wall or into your team. Now that's missing. Yes, there's still the Hex Flash, but the situations where you can practically use it are way less than the actual flash, so that's a W in my books. The only thing that's really hurts Ruddy at the moment is the 2.5 waves that Ikers will be missing from the top side, whereas Yone should be looking for the dive maybe? Has ult? No, it hasn't.
Yeah, and taking a look at this, I do like the idea from a skill day to try and bait out, but now you kind of left your jungler all alone here. It's not a good spot to really be in. And so, again, Poru is now just kind of keeping track, right? Trying to keep track of where this Poppy goes. As long as you're matching, you actually give your lanes a lot of free presence, right? This mid lane is already down. Roskilde can't really sit there enough. Because of that, Poru and the likes of Ketsuo are more than willing to invade into this enemy jungle, make Bartholdi's life hell.
Yeah, and there is no prio for the side of Venomcrest. No lane has prio at the moment, so Bartholdi's life should be a living hell right now. The Yone can invade, the Karma can invade together with the Zac, and make sure that you're getting CS away from the Poppy. Yes, she's a low eco jungle, but at some point she will not be tanky enough.
And I mean, this is now the second time they're seeing dive under the tower, but this one might mess up a little bit more. In comes the rest of the crew as, yes, you get one kill, but how much more are you going to get? A Freebie is able to get away and chunk out the likes of Poru on the backside. Both Sin and Jamsu were able to live, but it's still a kill to a Freebie, considering how much they have put down there. Ruddy, I think, come out a little bit at a loss.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a loss for Ruddy. A nice attempt, but in the end of the day, you overcommitted on a freebie. That's an Ezreal, once again, a really slippery champion, so you don't want to put all your eggs in the Ezreal basket. On the other hand, at least they don't give anything to the Poppy. They spent but all this time as well on the bottom side, and they get 2 more plates in the solo lane, so I think all in all, they are quite happy. They want to be a little bit ahead of the curve, and that's what they are right now, because when you're 1,000, 1,500 gold ahead so early on in the game, you can pull the trigger way easier, and pulling the trigger is what their comp likes to do.
This will be a very interesting time. So, Skildy now getting jumped in this mid lane, just kind of being annoyed. Ooh, draws the ult, so the painter actually uses a large canvas of abilities there, and that's gonna be down for the next set of grubs, which I think is actually a really good tool to have. So losing that ult will be a problem here as Venomcrest are going to try and collapse in. However, Ketsuo says, I want to have a chance here. Good fear, but the Heartbreaker still goes off, and it's a great one to have. But Poru is only going to run interference, and now the grubs are in the hands of Ruddy.
Does Ruddy even want to fight those grabs? The Drake is spawning up quite soon. You can set up your vision there. You don't have your ultimates readily available. Yes, you have the quickness. Now you're missing that tool for the next Drake as well. And since you don't really have any siege potential for the late game, I would pretty much abandon those. Keep all your cooldowns. Go set up on the other side for the other neutral objective. Make sure that you at least can contest this. Because if right now Ruddy, after getting 3 crabs, can also go on the other side of the map and easily contest and get the second Drake as well, you're starting to scale up in the objective war. You're starting to set up ultimatums for the side of Venomcrest and force them into really uncomfortable scenarios in 5-10 minutes time.
It's going to be a problem, and I'm wholly excited for what the next few minutes are going to bring, because I do feel like the next about I want to say 5 to 6 minutes are going to be the most important right now. As you said, the dragon is currently coming up. Ruddy want to keep stacking, and Venomcrest may or may not have a chance to kind of deny it. With the Chemtech dragon, it's not the worst thing in the world, of course, so, you know, we may or may not get to see an Infernal come out. We may or may not get to see a Hextech. It really just depends, but at the current moment, Ruddy really don't have anything to lose by posting up here. They don't even need that many people, right? The only person really coming over is Roskilde, and I mean, what can Roskilde really do here? The dragon's dragged out, no one else in the vicinity, and it's just kind of handed over. So right now, at this point, Ruddy is up not only about 2k, but 2 dragons in the bucket. And I mean, the call down as well is going to be a very, very fun one. It is going to be the Hextech soul to play for.
Yeah, and even the Chemtech, yeah, no, it's not everyone's favorite Drake, but the tenacity in this game, it should be excellent. Imagine you're poor, you want to jump in, you know that you're gonna get grounded, you're gonna get stunned by the Renekton, I don't know, charmed by the Rakan. If you can make sure that all those crowd controls can last 2 seconds less, that means you have time for one more lasting slingshot, you have time for one more bounce, one more punch towards the enemy team, and you can become way more annoying.
Oh man, Akers is now getting the treatment once again. Bot side for Ruddy, we're going well, but now on the top side it's going to be a difference. Again, you fought on top. With the help of your jungler, you're doing a lot better here, so Akers is able to get some support, and Bartoli is going to fall. I mean, this is the second time that Venomcrest have opted to try and ult in on a singular Mega Gnar, and it's just not working. Yes, that was Ketsuo taking a lot of damage there, but you didn't die. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter indeed, and now you're losing the timer for the Rift Herald as well, unless of course Ruddy does not post up. There's a dive attempt.
This is going to be a really good dive attempt as well. With the cleanse, you're pretty much safe, and now you're trying to go in. Samus is going to straight up 1v2. What a bullying moment. You know you come back with Blade of the Rune King. Sin surprised the heck out of the bot lane of Venomcrest.
Oh no, they spent everything onto Jamsu, and then Sin comes and cleans up like he's on janitorial duty, I don't know. That was an excellent outplay from the AD carry of Rodi, and they're looking to be at the prime spot for this game. They are ahead. They are extending the gold lead slowly yet steadily. They have all the triggers. They are the ones who decide when they knock onto the enemy team. They are the ones who decide every fight. And Jamsu, he wants to fight.
Yes, he does, but maybe not this many people. You're going to try and get help from Ketsuo, but again, that fear is doing so much work. However, this is an unstoppable likes. Ketsuo says it's all me. Kenji now trying to run it down. Give them a chance. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Right now, Akers coming in, gets feared out, and it will be the support to go down. A final fireball to the face brings it on home. It's still a 1-0. Akers saying, Kenji can't do much. Rest of the team is here. Fast-legged joins the fight, but wasn't fast enough because the team is gone. Ruddy, now with 4 kills in the lead, look monstrous.
Yeah, they are pretty scary, and I am really a negative Nancy when I cast, okay? But I want to change my reputation, so let's try and look on the other side, on the other perspective. If you're Venomcrest at the moment, you started 5-0 in the league, okay? You were a beast, everyone feared you, you're losing 1 game, and now you don't have the mental edge anymore. The second game in a row, you're slipping, you're going down the slide, the team comp doesn't look great for you to play the game. How do you come back?
One of the ways is to force fights and try and get in. If we're talking about the series that's big, you know, in the group stage, but right now, in this game specifically, you got to find a way back. One of the things that I talked about is also learning how to fight back at a deficit, but I'm not sure you always can. That is going to be a kill, nice snipe, but it was traded out on the bot side of the map. Remember, there are kills all the way around. Now, the Keeper's Verdict keeps the rest of the team away, but Venomcrest come out 1 for 1. Remember, a freebie did go down on the bottom side.
Yep, and do you really want to take those trades? You're still getting outscaled, you cannot engage, you are getting bullied left, right and center. Puro just jumps in 1v2, steals a camp, leaves like a gigachat, nobody can tell him anything, okay, let's take it down a little bit.
Yeah.
You, right now, Ruddy has opened up 2 turrets. That's a lot of gold, a lot of open space on the map, especially with the mid lane and bottom lane tower, since they most likely will want to play for the next Drake in a little bit of time, in less than a minute of time actually, and you're looking good. Do you ever abandon the Drake and play for the top side? They do have the Rift Herald. They can open up 2 turrets and just snowball the goal lead out of proportion.
Yeah, I would say that, but at the same time, it's Hextech, right? You don't want to give up a Hextech. Like, Ready are like, we know we have the Herald. We know we can do some work. It's still got a little bit of time on it. I think they're in a good spot to do whatever they want to, and honestly, going for the Dragon then funnels in the rest of Venomcrest later, right? If you put yourself on Soul Point early on, you pretty much dictate where Venomcrest is going to be 6 minutes later. You know they're going to be around the Dragon. You know they're going to have to fight for it, and you can pretty much predict exactly what's going to happen. Meanwhile, on this bot side, though, what we are predicting is Akers being able to win out on all these trades, so it's allowed to free farm for free. Pretty much. And by the way, this Gnar has been so good. What also has been good is Ketsuo looking for the double grab, is able to knock them up, but the rest of the team is going to try and follow through. I think Ketsuo is down though, because the Hwei does work. Chain of Corruptions comes out, the sneaky damage of the Hwei shuts down what Ruddy were hoping to do right there.
They can still Venomcrest fight though. They do have some tools, they have the quickness, they have the threshold barrels, but Ezreal is so low, he can never go in to use those Mystic Shots. It's all on Barhold, but he's getting zoned out. That's Soul Point for the side of Venomcrest.
Yeah, I mean, they're happy, right? You trade the life of Ketsuo, and now maybe you get some more kills. Jianzu is taking quite low, but Peru says, I want a chance. Peru says, okay, we back away. We're fine. We had the Keepers ready to knock away our ADC. Still, the main job is done. The primary objective, get the Dragon complete.
Yeah, it is complete now. You can just reset, go into the top side, use a Shelly, get the tower. It all looks so smooth sailing for the side of Rodi. They know how to open up the map, and maybe the only real threat for them is to throw the Baron. Okay, they do have a really nice Baron takedown, but Poppy is an excellent tool when you want to steal all those neutral objectives. If you use your Keeper's Verdict, throw away the enemy jungler, there's no 50-50, they don't have any shot of stealing your objective, and you can just get away with murder. Thing is, how do you even get there? Because one thing that's been really lacking from Venomcrest in this game is vision control. In the Drake before, they had 0 vision control even if they were first at the spot. Now, right now, they will have to play towards the Baron in 2 minutes time. There's no wards at all. They have 3 members top. Nobody's placing down any trinkets. They don't know what the enemy team is. And when you're playing into Fog of War versus a Zac, it's a really scary game to play.
It's not just scary, it's horrifying at this point in the game, right? Like 2-1 and 2, you have the Amethyst Chains, and you're just chilling, right? Like, it's horrifying. You know, they're... Oh,
we saw it.
Alright, we're gonna go away. Akers has been doing okay this game. Actually, Akers has done an amazing job of soaking up a lot of the pressure that Venomcrest has been trying to put down. You're afforded a single missed jump. Like, we're okay with that.
True. I am really happy with Akers, honestly. Who I am not really happy with, and I'll be a negative Nancy this time, is Kenji. I've been a huge fan. I think he's a really strong player. Never mind. We're looking at the Rakan. Wait, they changed their mind. Where are they going?
So I think they saw the engage coming and used it as a back way. However, now you're just dead. Sin gets away from this fight. Kenji is trying to jump forward, but doesn't have flash because the rest of the fight is on this split. Look at the bot side. Look at the damage coming out here. Ready. Annihilate 3. It is the Mega Gnar once again to come out on the dub. Rascaldy is trying to slide away, but the surf is only so far. It is death for 3 as Venomcrest attempted a Hail Mary of a team fight, but instead gets ready Baron.
Yeah, Ruddy right now are looking so great. You talked about Akers. Akers smurfed that team fight, got a double kill. Nobody got onto Sin at the end of the day. Only Rakan was there, but he was never enough. And now, Ruddy, if they manage to secure the Baron, which looks like a certainty at that point, they're looking primed to take the second place.
Oh my gosh.
Too close for comfort.
Yes, I do believe if a freebie was just slightly stronger, that would have been stolen, right? And a freebie's like, okay. You said slightly stronger, cool. Let me get a shutdown real quick. I'll get more gold to me for the next Baron. Still, though, that was a well-timed play. Ready? Maybe it was a little bit of a gut call to go for that Baron. It looked a little bit close. Either way, you got it. You lost only 1 on the back end, and Akers, honestly, doesn't need... I wouldn't say doesn't need Baron. Not going to be the worst thing. Still a monster in the side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really nice for Riker to have Baron. Okay, he is a side laner right now. He has access to the teleport. For him to be able to buff up all those side lanes and be extra annoying and extra tough to wave clear would be a huge plus. Okay, it's not what he necessarily needs, but it's a huge plus. Now, on the other side, I want to uphold my reputation as a negative Nancy. I was a huge fan of Kenji, okay? He came into the league, he's looking really strong, slapping some laners around, okay, having some oopsies, but all in all, a very solid top laner. This game, especially when you play the PTA Renekton with the Divine Sunderer, you expect to be ahead, okay? You don't build that kind of build when you're falling down behind. You need to be able to pressure, you need to be able to play into the enemy's face and proc the item and the rune time and time again. And he has not been doing that.
No, he hasn't, but this might be the chance they get onto Sin this time, who has no summoner spells. You gift the kill over to Buffoni, but the ensuing fight might be a problem. A nice dodge away. Ketchuo gets nothing, and a freebie tries to get the kill, but misses the mystic shot because the Akers is able to get forward, and Roskilde is now running for their life. They are going to try and slide away. Remember, they don't have any flash. A nice little hit slows them down, slams against the tower. Puru says, give me that ace. It is going to be done as Ruddy take 5 in the base.
Yeah, and that looks to be prime. That looks to be over. Of course, they cannot end on that push, but Inhibitor should go down. They have enough damage with an R, with the Shin procs from the Trinity, and Ruddy, they're looking scary, man. I don't know. Venomcrest was supposed to be one of the strongest team of the league, and they're playing with them like they don't want to eat the vegetables.
Yeah, and it's not just that. It's not for want of trying. I would like to point that out. Ruddy are not engaging these. A lot of the time, the last 3 fights that have actually occurred, Venomcrest have been the ones to pull the trigger, right? Yeah. The attempt to go grab Sin, the attempt to dive Sin, and then it's just like they forget that honestly, Sin is scary, not the only scary target. So at this point, putting as much as you can into Sin is a good idea, but how much are you really expending? Puru is about to say, hey, I know how much you're expending. It's gonna be a bad time. That's gonna be a good slam against the wall. And Roskilde is actually the first one down this time. They tried to walk up and Ruddy, the first time they decide to engage a fight, looks like they're going to own it. Heartbreaker across the side as Kenji is going to fall. Another knockup brings him down, and Akers just chasing down everyone else. It's a back-to-back ace in under 2 minutes as Ruddy have opened the base up and now should take the inhibitors.
Yeah, and it's a 25-minute game. They are 5-man strong. They have a wave. They have all those AD carries, the Yone, the on-hit Varus. The towers are melting like they're made of butter. And you're holding hot knives. GG well played. That game looked dominant from Ruddy from minute 1.
Oh my god, it was strong, it was powerful, and I gotta agree with you, Rev. There are some situations that we're sitting here going, okay, Venom Crest, where are you? Right? Like, we saw them play 5 games very strongly, and I don't want to say it's like they scaled back. It just feels like teams have started to figure out things. And I want to talk about this bot lane, number 1, because that's one of the few times I think we've seen a freebie kind of fall that far behind. I mean, Sin and Jamsu looking freaking good.
Yeah, they're looking really good, and it seems that enemy teams, as you said, they have figured out the secret. If you focus the bot lane of Venom Crest, they don't know how to play around any win condition after all, because how did they get any lead? Their top lane was a little bit struggling early on in game. Akers got dove, okay, they got one back afterwards, he lost 3 ways, he was struggling in the top. But Puru, he's like, hold on, you wanna play around your bottom lane? Let me dive it once or twice, let me make sure that behind the gold curve, and then it's like you turned Venom Crest off. There was no sign of life. They tried some desperation plays, but they were all over the place, and that's something they have to take a hard look at in order to improve in the next games.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of looks. And honestly, I will say, if you already have 5 wins under your belt, not the worst thing to start having round losses now to figure out your problems. I will always say, I've said this across a lot of different broadcasts I've been on, I prefer a top team that has at least 2 to 3 losses in their belt going into playoffs than a pure undefeated. If you're undefeated, it means you're unchallenged. So maybe we get to see Venom Crest move their way forward later on. Of course, I think we're going to throw it back to the desk to get some information on them and see what went wrong for Venom Crest and maybe why diving a Mega Gnar is not the best thing in the world. Desk, take it away.
Well, there we have it. Ruddy taking a emphatic victory over Venom Crest Serpents right there. We can see the post-game stats and not much signs of life on the KDAs for Venom Crest Serpents, and Ruddy just racking up the kills and the assists, playing so well together. Temporal Sheikah, how are we feeling about this one? Ruddy coming in, we were kind of worried maybe about Ruddy being a bit chaotic, and Venom Crest normally so cool, calm and collected, but twice now they've been set behind early and they've not been able to play their own game plan out. And they've looked, as I think the desk said, a little bit lifeless as the mid-game goes on. Tempora, what's your read on Venom Crest now? With these 2 losses, do you think we're starting to see a worrying trend here, or is it just that they've played the 2 best teams in the league besides themselves?
There's definitely that factor, right? They have now played the best 2. Unsuccessful against both. You could argue that up against Lions Creed, Disruption, having a support come in where Fastleg seems to be a crucial part of the piece, a crucial piece of the puzzle, rather. So in this game, I think Ruddy recognized that and played on it, and we're just like, yeah, we're just going to squash bot lane. This Ezreal will not be allowed to play the game. The Rakan will not have the freedom of movement and the freedom of expression that maybe Venom Crest have come to crutch on a little bit too much. And the Hwei performance was good in the early games, good in the lane. It looks like Crisis stayed the course and was not victim to that later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we are going to queue up our first replay. We've already touched on the bot lane here, and we set it up from the start of this game. Sin on the Varus, Sheikah impact this star AD carry had here.
So we see a bit of a dive come through on Jamsu, and Sin has no fear stepping in here, rinsing through the bot lane of Venom Crest, absolutely ruining their health bars just on Blade of the Ruined King. The confidence that it takes to kind of come forwards and be like, I'm just going to fight you. You have cleanse, doesn't matter. I beat you in auto attacks. It really shows kind of what I was saying at the top of the day with Sin just having the ability to scrap really hard in this early game and still be one of these really, really good scaling carry players, especially on something like the Varus, where your lane presence really does determine how the game's going to go for you.
Yeah, I think we saw kind of all the sides of Sin in that game. We saw the early 2v2ing here, just very confident in his own power spikes, knows when he can win a fight and is happy to step up and win it. And then late game stepped up and was the win condition for Ruddy later on. I believe the rest of Venomcrest dumping a lot on his head, trying to catch him out. But only once I think they actually got him off the table in the fight, and by that time it was a little too late. And so many times he's just able to turn it around, right? Has the Chains of Corruption, can just turn that damage around, and the rest of Ruddy not doing too bad for themselves at all. Temporal, the Puru Zac as well came out. We saw a lot of action onto the bot side. How do you feel about the fact that it was left open? Do you think that this is something that we're going to need to keep seeing banned away from Puru just for the comfort, or is it really maybe a misstep on Venomcrest Serpent's part to not adjust their game plan around it?
I think Venomcrest were pretty mindful. We saw Bartholdi just come off the first grub at spawn and then go check. It's like, wait, the Zac isn't fighting me here. And instead, Puru was on the far side of the map, as far away from Poppy as possible, as often as possible. Including dives on bot side, where Bartholdi was only really good to show up and not take out the Cell Division passive as it revived him. And instead was just nice and away. Not really sure it was down to great tracking or maybe like a disruptive plan from the start, because we did see him double back to bot an awful lot early on, whereas the Poppy was keen to stay on track with objectives. So
yeah,
great read, and yeah, Ruddy earned it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It is fair that we need to give some credit to Bartholdi, especially on that second round of the dive, was able to cover it off very well and kind of trap Puru behind enemy lines. So certainly reasonable. A good attempt was made to stop that disruption. But sadly, it was not enough to stop Ruddy here. I believe we have a second replay in the works. We'll get to that in just a moment. Sheikah, for the Venomcrest Serpents here, we had... Or maybe go straight back into this replay. Let's take a look at this fight. We're having a bit of a wombo combo in the mid lane. Sin with some maneuvers in the Herald. But Sheikah, talk us through the rest of what we saw here.
So Sin makes distance here, but Fastlegs manages to find that angle. Catches onto Sin. A good flash away means that the fight can continue. But the Fate Seal coming through from Crisis here, I mean, it just solidifies this into the 3-man now. The carries are just dead. Roskilde left trying to do whatever they can. But at this point, Ruddy just have their claws in. The Ducks are laughing away with this fight. Just more than happy to sit there and say, okay, sure, keep throwing things at me.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know, Temporal, just on that, to kind of follow on from that fight, you were saying, we were talking about who the most impactful players in this game. We went live here, and you wanted to give special mention to Crisis. We misattributed this Yone to Ketsuo before, but he went this kind of blade into tank build. Talk to us a little bit about Crisis on this Yone and what you think really stood out for you for this player in this match.
Yeah, I think he identified his win condition. They're not such a veteran mid laner as Ketsuo, and while they both have like comparable champion pools, both will play Sword Brothers. Ketsuo maybe a bit more towards Azir and
Orianna.
Crisis. I'm trying to think of a nice way to say plays Udyr mid. Bruises outside of that. And on this, Yone fell down quite early against the Hui, which is something I would critique if it was someone who mains the role. But instead, like, stayed the course, didn't bleed advantage, and then was that extra engage to come through after Poppy had blown her all-defensive lineup that then converts into the team fight. It was a really big thing to see him sort of come forwards, step up there, and be sort of the leading edge of the blade of Ruddy.
Yeah, so credit to be given for Crisis stepping into the mid lane there. Since we are, I believe, still running a little behind the times, everybody, I think we should go to a break for now. And then we'll have the last game coming up before too long. Paragon versus Verzik, a match that just keeps getting more and more interesting the more we see from both of these teams. You do not want to miss this one, guys. I'm sure it's going to be another banger to close this day on the Four Nations out. We'll see you in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man. Ay, every day been making plans. Ay, they don't really understand. Ay, gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam. Yeah, only worried about the fans. Yeah, I won't compromise the brand. Yeah, I've been saving up the bands. Whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man.
And we are back, everybody, for the last Four Nations game of the night. Paragon versus Verzik. Now, these are teams that have had very similar trajectories as of late. I'll be honest, a lot of our lower level teams are really starting to level up over these last couple of weeks, folks. So this is one that we're going to be watching very, very closely. Now, to tee this one up, let's take a look at both of these rosters. Let's reacquaint ourselves and make sure we know who's going to be fighting out in this last game of the day. So first, let's take a look at Paragon. And Temporal, this is one that has stayed kind of similar. They've seemed to have locked it down over the last couple of weeks right here. So I guess now that we've settled with Timatoper in the mid lane, Drippy Down support, you know, we've got Refresh in this top side. Just give me your take on Paragon, I guess, over the last couple of weeks. Now they've settled on this lineup. What do you think this is now bringing to this team? Like, why is this the lineup they've picked?
After that initial instability, I think Timatoper was just pulling triple shift.
Yeah.
Top lane, mid lane, and support was everywhere, all over the place. Refresh, I believe, was off for commitments outside of the game. So with him back in, with Tima locking down mid and Drippy Darren arriving late to the party, this is where Paragon have sort of set their comfort zone. It's where their best results are. And it's where they're going to look to build, as you've said. They've got their 2 wins under their belt now. They're building up. This is going to be the way they frame the rest of their split.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. When Timatoper's just trying to play all across the map, put him in mid lane. It's just right in the middle of the map. You can cover everything loosely from there.
Shortest path to anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. It makes sense. I understand what's going on here, Coach Rob. We see you. Okay, right. Now let's take a look at Verzik very quickly as well. Sheikah talked to us a little bit about this roster, one that a lot of people had kind of given up on, I think, after the first couple of weeks. But now they have come surging back.
Absolutely have. Shida starting that resurgence with a beautiful performance on the Shida set. It was as I believe I was on cast for that game with Brackish, we said it was the second incarnation of Lars with Shida set in that game. Strangler, Tycool, Soren J all pulling their weight beautifully in the last couple of weeks as well. We do not have Dokai today. We do have Swarm Bless in place. We'll have to see if that changes the dynamic of Verzik at all, and if that is something that Paragon can abuse. But Verzik seems to be getting a lot more comfortable with their general roster, top to bottom.
Sure. Now, let's get a little comparison up here just to show, because the journeys that both of these teams have had are very similar. They're very different teams. They don't play similarly, right? But they've ended up in a similar spot, starting 0-4, and now both of them are 2-4. They've both put 2 wins together back-to-back. Someone's streak is getting ruined here today, and someone is going to be continuing that run into those coveted playoff spots. So, Temporal, when it comes to, I guess, I'm trying to think about what these teams put together in terms of what started to click for Verzik and Paragon. Paragon, I asked you, and we kind of settled on a roster for them, right? And they seem to figure out the best way to make the use of their players. For Verzik, what do you think is the reason there? Like Sheikah mentioned, they get a lot more comfortable in this roster, but it's the same player. So what do you think is clicking for them now?
I think more style. A flashy win on the back of
Swag
Shada
is what they were missing.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Paragon kind of had the style down. They've got a dynamic. I think they're pretty involved in the way they've had set up over the split. Verzik, don't know if it's the staff, don't know if it's the players, don't know if it's sort of still settling into that groove. But I think when they have this dynamic where the top lane, as if Lars' ghost is still there, sort of becomes a huge magnet for attention and even a position for reversal in numbers disadvantage. That's just such a huge boon that they've been able to play forwards from there and actually make it happen and get the Nexus done.
Yeah. Now, I like that we've touched on the top laner from Verzik multiple times here. We've touched on Shida, and we've mentioned Refresh, I think, previously a lot. He's a player that has started to come into his own after the last couple of games. So I want to focus in on this top lane matchup as well. We've got a lot of interesting top lane matchups here today. We do have a graphic comparing Refresh and Shida. Now, we've heard your thoughts on the Shida set, Sheikah. We know we're all a fan of that one, right? Talk to me about Refresh as well. A guy who's pulled Camille out multiple times, and as I say, has really started to settle into himself as of the last week or two.
Refresh is definitely more of one of these bruiser carry style players. Not going to catch them playing things like the Ornn, the Malphite, Maokai. They are wimp picks. We go big, beefy bruisers in this household for Paragon, and Refresh can pilot them near perfection in a lot of situations. A very, very strong player on things like the Camille, as you mentioned. But I don't think it stops at the Camille, and I'm interested to see, will they let Shida set open? And if so, what is Refresh's answer to it? Because Refresh is one of these players who will just turn around to you and say, oh, you have one pick that's very, very good? Let me ruin your dreams for a second.
Yeah, he certainly did ruin a lot of dreams, I believe, in that last game. I believe we have a small highlight package of Refresh in that previous game going absolutely nutty on this Camille. And while this is playing in the background here, Temporal, talk to me a little bit about Camille, because I like to focus on these specific champions, especially these interesting picks that we have in the Four Nations so often. It seems to be somewhat fringe. All the Camille players were crying when they changed the map dynamic. So what do you think Refresh is getting out of this pick that so many others maybe didn't think was there?
I still remember very clearly the first game that they played this split, and he just pulled out the Camille. I was like, I'm sure this isn't the greatest matchup. I'm sure the 2v2 isn't the nice, and I'm sure it's going to be difficult to play out the game. I think such comfort defines like style picks in the EKL. You know, the Four Nations so far. We know Ketsu is Azir. Azir's not a great example because he's just a really good mid laner.
It's pretty good.
He's just fearsome. Absolutely fearsome. We've just seen Puru Zac come through. And while Zac is maybe seeing more success as a top laner, it's a champion that with so much experience you can bring even more to the table. And in a competitive environment, you can maybe surprise your opponents with the ability to force through otherwise difficult situations.
I think another good example of that point is Brody to Felios. I don't think it's something we've necessarily seen a huge number of games on this split, but it is something that Brody has always been very comfortable on, and in light of so many early game AD carries taking the forefront with the way the season is going currently, it's one of those things that you wouldn't think to necessarily be, okay, yeah, this is a pick that works and will continue to work, but it does in the right situations. It does because of the comfort. And something that I'm a firm believer of is comfort is king. Even if it's not the most meta thing, if you are more comfortable playing a champion, you will have a better performance and be able to play the game better than if you were on something that was completely meta, but you absolutely despised playing.
Yeah, like, we're trying to have fun here, guys. Like, we're not trying to, like, especially in top lane when you can be put into some truly horrendous matchups with some truly horrendously play champions. And I think that it is nice to certainly give players a little bit of comfort, something that they can try and flex their muscles on a little bit, and the Refresh Camille is something that certainly fits that bill. Just before we move into the draft as well, I just want to say I love that Aphelios has now settled into this kind of sort of pocket pick, sort of, there's a niche for him, but he's not there every single game. Like, I'm so bored of Aphelios every single game, like Aphelios, Zeri meta, and that kind of time. I love that he's
Can you hear it, Jika? Can you hear, like, a CBLOL caster set free from Spanish Aphelios every single game? Because they just love it to bits. I bet they still pick it now, just maybe not so much that Trajan doesn't get to see any other.
You know, the one person playing Aphelios in the CBLOL is Smiley, the European import. That's the one guy who still is insisting on playing Aphelios in the CBLOL, so that we can't get away from it entirely.
I can support that.
It's a very exciting champion. It's a very interesting champion in moderation, and I like that we can now have it in moderation. I'm a big fan of this. So, thank you, Brody, for giving us just enough Aphelios. But for now, let's take a look. Let's move forward. Let's get the draft up, and let's see what we're working with here. As Verzik did have the blue side pick, they went for the Varus first. We have another Varus Ezreal matchup here, but there's a bit of an ASOL angle for Timotopa here. Sheikah is YouTube thumbnail facing right now at the draft. Sheikah, why don't you let us into your thought process here, seeing the drafts laid out in front of us.
Refresh is on a tank.
Yeah. Shader as well.
They're both on wimp picks, as you put it.
I'm in awe that Maokai didn't get flexed up the top lane and we had a spicy jungler coming in on 5.
Yeah. Wait. Oh no, it's Maokai support. Okay, I almost lost my mind for a second.
Okay, you know what? I take back everything I said. Apparently, Refresh is more than happy to play the tanks. I thought they were a Bruiser player. Apparently, Malphite fits the bill. Maybe it's full AP Malphite. You know what? Maybe my prayers will be answered. Maybe my prayers will be answered.
Very interesting. And by interesting, I mean predictable, and glad that it happened. That both top laners drew all of the second phase bans.
I was gonna say,
every single one.
To be fair, the Bruisers got massacred in that second round of bans, so there's not a lot of meta left up there.
I tell you what, just a random side thought. I'm very concerned with the meta at the moment surrounding AD carry for one reason and one reason only. We're seeing a lot of first pick Lucian, a lot of first pick Varus, a lot of first pick Kalista, and then we're just seeing a load of dive built by the enemy on 3-4-5 or 2-4-5 or whatever. It completely pigeonholes you out of the one AD carry who does very, very well into dive. I'm not trying to push my champion, I promise.
Yeah, just still Xayah shilling from day to day. We'll always get at least one Xayah shill on every single cast. But okay, so
Interestingly enough,
go ahead.
I'm hoping we see a slightly more optimal build out of Lasp on this Ezreal. Spirit Shojin still bugged for range users. Big shout out to Dragdar and Twitter. I definitely knew that before he pointed out because I definitely play range champions pretty
I
cool.
see. I didn't even know that. I'm an AD carry main.
Yeah, it's still double. It's the full value. Why not? So Shojin versus Navori doesn't really become much of an equation anymore. It's always Shojin. We'll have to see. But then you do have to pierce tanks, and the Ezreal's going to have a little bit of trouble there. The Vi hopefully should help bring that down. But it's still going to be difficult to get through all of Verzik. They've got a pretty beefy front line between the three champions of Nocturne, Ornn, and Nautilus.
I think ASOL kind of fits that build quite nicely though. Once you get to a point where that Stardust really has just stacked, your Q is long enough range where you're not going to get immediately jumped on. You just start whacking with percent health damage over and over and over. What is it with dragons?
It doesn't even feel fair, you know. You sack all the Mandarins, it just didn't do anything.
But what is it with
There's no point.
dragons in League of Legends? There is 3 dragons, playable dragons in League of Legends. 2 of them have some kind of true damage execute and percent health damage.
Yeah.
All 3 with the percent health, it's incredible.
Does Shyvana have percent health?
Yeah, he auto attack.
Oh. Okay.
Yep.
We see you, Riot. We're
now.
gonna get to the bottom of these secrets.
Yeah. So I love the fact that they've given Timotopra the ASOL. This is a big late game win condition champion, and this is kind of the role that he seems to have slotted into. I like that they've got Maokai and Malphite to lock people up for his giant singularities to really get as many ticks of that percentage health off as possible to try and deal with Sheeta, Strangler on the front line, Swarmbless as well. And for Verzik, yeah, the execution I think for Verzik is very clear. They've got lots of engage options. They've got 4 different engage options, plus an Orianna to just support whoever needs supporting, all on whoever is on the front at the time. So Verzik, I think, if they're trying to be the better team here, they've got a good comp that can show that, but Paragon tend to make every game complicated, so I don't know if Verzik are going to be allowed to just play a front-to-back. Temporal, you seem...
On the line of complicated, Jika, there's a question for you, because I saw a Riot designer on Twitter being like, yeah, we're patching out Nocturne Orianna, what have you done? But I don't know if it actually made live. Ever?
I don't think it did. I've been playing a lot in 5s recently, personally. And our mid laner has been picking up Orianna, and we're playing it with Vi, we're playing it with Nocturne, we're playing it with Wukong, Jarvan. It seems that all dash plus ball mechanics are still in the game. So
I think you can pick ASOL out if the Paranoia Shockwave lock-on is still there. I think that would be a really easy way to break this macro open.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. On the flip side of that, though, Lasp Ezreal has been known to 1v9 games. So maybe it won't make much of a difference.
Last Ezreal does tend to cook on the Rift. We have seen it before. Maybe we'll see it here again, but it's time to get onto the Rift. It's time for the casters to start the game. We're finally in a position where the casters can actually start the game, and we're going to use that power right now.
Crazy.
Verzik versus Paragon. Last game of the night. Back over to Orbital and Rev. Take it away.
And we're back here. I mean, sorry it took so long. I had to go get some food. I had to go sit down for a bit. I know Rev probably wanted some food too. I mean, we took our time. We took our time. But we are here. Excited to get into this. What's up, Rev?
You can be honest with that. Okay, I think the last... Just lost the button.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I misplaced the start button. I think one of my cats took it away and started running. We're sorry, chat. We're back now, and we're ready to get in the game. And oh boy, these are 2 drafts we've seen. The Verzik draft is the most standard comp I've ever seen in my entire life of playing and watching League of Legends, and the Paragon one is really a Bronzodia one, I think.
I would agree with that one. At the same time, that's I think on brand for Paragon, right? It was discussed on the desk that Paragon like to make things messy, and there are some teams that thrive in it, and some that don't, right? And I will actually say I honestly lean into the favor of the teams that know how to play chaotic. When you know how to play chaotic, you can adapt to pretty much anything that goes on, except a slow-paced game, right? Like that is the only thing you cannot deal with. And I'm excited. Both these squads have looked better and better over the last week. I'm excited to see if they can do it again. And I mean, obviously one of them is going to come out on top, but I want to see if it's actually strong game, right? Not one that's ended just because of Teamfight 1 or because last 1v9, even though I want to see last 1v9. I want to see a good, clean game, a clinical game, and see something strange happen. At the current moment, we are getting these standards here. You can see the wards being dropped. Top side currently warded out on both sides. Then a ward drop to keep track of strength.
Hey, you know what I just realized, Orbital? Of course, Paragon would go for that draft cheese. Their CEO is Max, so they complete the combo.
Oh, okay. I can agree with that one. I like that. Right now, though, the cheese, we're not sure if it's going to come out in full force. I mean, we're going to wait for the cheese to come and work, right? Yeah. But I do, as much as I wish we could get some crazy, this bot side might be the main one. Obviously, level 2 is huge. That's what they're going to look for as the hook goes out. But on the top side, we're also watching as Sheeta and Refresh are going to have the time of their lives, pretty much, right? The silliness, but Sheeta hitting level 2 first. And then, of course, Timotopper also hitting level 2 early, able to chunk out Tycool. And I mean, these are all little pieces that we are going to want to watch in this early game.
Yeah, of course, in the bottom lane, Ezreal already lost their flash. They will have access to that extra little bit of blink in 2 minions time, but so far he is chunked out. They will need to pay respect in order to not give out any early kills. And of course, last played with the teleport, so he can get that extra timer, he can come back to the lane, but it's very nice prior towards the Varus and the Nautilus, and they can punish.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice little chunk out once again, and this actually allows Strangler to roam in pretty heavily, but Timotopper, the only, I would say, pressure-wise, winning lane matchup is actually going pretty strong here and able to run Strangler out of the lane, and they're actually going to chase, so Strangler might need to flash away. That's going to be the spell shield broken, and I mean, already used, so it's a nice little job stopping Strangler from getting an advantage over Snepix.
Yeah, I was expecting to see the Singularity over there, maybe to try and force Strangler's flash. Maybe that was on cooldown, but that's a really nice job from the side of Paragon. They realize that, hey, we have a weakness right now, our bottom lane cannot actually rotate to cover, so we're gonna pull the Dragon card out, the blue Ice Dragon or whatnot, make sure that our jungler is safe, try and throw the knock away from our territory, because that's what Nocturne wants to do. He's maybe the best skirmisher in the game, bar Xin Zhao and Trundle, and that's a flash.
Yeah. I mean, it is strong, but if you're not there to help out, it's a problem, as the junglers were meeting on the bot side, but it actually lends itself to Paragon winning it out. Not only that, Trippy Darren allowed to survive, so first blood going the way of last. Now inside the jungle, the junglers are still meeting up and tangoing. Jesus.
Yeah, and now Tycool is in trouble. He gives so many stacks onto the side of Timotopper. Let's not forget that the Soul was buffed. Now his Q stacks on champions way faster, so you are encouraged to PvP early on in the game. You're not just the AFK PvE farming monster who will come online 30 minutes in the game. He will do damage early on. His CC will be huge. So we would need to keep our eyes peeled onto Timotopper later on in the game. Of course, on the other side, I think Temporal really told us that there's still the Nocturne combo.
Yeah, I mean, it's that good, but last one I'll hold on the Arcane Shift knew that the anchor was going to come out at some point and does not allow the drag back. That is a pretty solid play, because that's the same time you drag Strangler down here, Strangler gets nothing and Snepix gets free grubs.
That's cold, and I think that's pretty much a misplay from the Nautilus, because you can wait. The Ezreal will need to either Arcane Shift away from the tether so that he will not get feared, or if he gets feared, you just follow up on the fear. There is no need for you to get antsy, there's no need to you to pull the trigger early on the game. And Last gets away with murder with that positioning, honestly.
And it's something that that Versik definitely have to be aware of, right? We just saw the grubs go down, it's an understood fact, but it also means that Sheeta and Tycool are trying their best to also run interference, right? You do have to make up for the fact that your jungler has spent a majority share on this bottom side, and you are losing slight pressure on the rest of the lane. Refresh is, of course, down a little bit of CS, but Timotopper is having a fantastic time, and if this dragon continues to get enough farm, I mean already the level 6, you could theoretically just start hard pressing that ult, because as much as we talk about the Wombo combo with the Orianna, Timatoper with the Descending Skies, the Meteors coming in with the Vi on top, will annihilate at least one squishy player very quickly.
I mean, and even if you don't hit those spells, if you get out the flash, there's always a rock following up. It's not just a rock, it's a boulder. And to refresh hands, yeah, you're talking about how he's slightly behind in CS, but does he really care? Okay, what do you need as a Malphite? You want those plate steel caps? And I think you're done. More or less, you're done. Your base damages are up there. You're maxing W. Your Thunderclap gives you 200 more armor. You get the extra free Titanic Hydra proc in that. You get all that extra damage. You're doing fine. You don't need items other than that first boots.
Oh, well, you know what the damage does need to be is in this bot side. Paragon are getting jumped on here, and Stefan is trying to do Dragon. It was attempting to just be a simple rotate, but Last loses their support. Trippy Darren was just trying to check, but that was a very, very strong play coming out of Swarm Bless. Very nice hook.
Yeah, that was a very nice hook, but I need to upload the rest of the map for the side of Verzik as well, because why did Timatoper couldn't move? Because Tycho was first on the move. Why couldn't he follow up? Because Shida from the top side, he abandoned the lane, the wave was in a fine state, he still has his teleport, and he could move towards the mid lane. So any extra move from Paragon would be an extra losing scenario, and Verzik answer back. They do have the first say on the next raid, but I don't see them pulling the trigger, and that kind of scares me, because if you don't play towards any neutral objective, can you honestly have that clean winning scenario later in the game, or are you playing into your enemy's hand?
I mean, that's such a real fact, right? It's how do you gather a significant lead in the macro game objective? And I mean, these players, they played a lot, right? Like we talk about it all the time here in the UK EL4 nations. They're experienced players. They're not fresh to the scene or anything like that. They know how to gauge a gold lead, and at this point, pretty much everyone should be able to gauge. No one has a significant lead. We're kind of stuck at this point. And to create an opportunity that we see Strangler, who just now hit level 6, I believe, and should start using that paranoia, I do expect people to start being a little bit more aware of what they need to do. This is one of them, though. Swarm Blessed now getting jumped on here. A flash over the wall as Timatoper is going to fall behind, and the ult just from the sky is an easy play. And we were asking, you were asking, Rev, specifically, why didn't Timatoper rotate? Well, number one, his mana costs are still very high. We've seen him out of mana multiple times. That time he wasn't. Gets the ult, gets the kill.
Yeah, Timatoper is very quick on rotating. Whenever he has the opportunity, whenever he's not going to be losing, I don't know, a wave or two from the mid lane, he is there, uses his W, I'm not sure what it's called, Astral Flight or something like that, at all times. Make sure he plays around Snepex, and he's there, he's active. He's the most active Aurelion Sol I've seen in quite some time, honestly. And that pays dividends. Instead of them being just AFK, okay, we only have an Ezreal, we have a Soul, we want to scale, we want to poke. No, we see Paragon actually playing the map, making sure that they follow up on those moves whenever they can, of course, and playing the neutral game, because now Nocturne is pretty strong. He has access to that paranoia. He is the strongest skirmisher in the game, and he will have sole access to the grabs. But does Paragon care? No, they got the first 3 grabs, they are there, they got the first Drake, they are chilling right now, and they're waiting to get into that wombo combo state where they can just press R and win the game.
And I will say, I said this a lot about different Nocturne players. If you don't ult in the, like, every level after level 6 that you do not ult, I get frustrated, right? As a Nocturne, you want that first ult to have impact. You want to instill fear. That is why I feel like you pick the Nocturne. If you don't get that chance, it's a problem. Now in this top side, it is going to be a 1v1. Strangler is starting to get a little bit of a run, and that's going to be the Call of Forge God as well to help out. And that's going to be a charge, but the knockup is going to be enough. Strangler now gets vision. And it's at level 7 that you're able to get 1, but man, was that hard fought for. Rest of the team coming in. Shield is up with the shockwave behind, and Verzik went out on top. Well played with the chase down. Strangler may have heard me and said, all right, we'll make a play.
Yep, and they did make 2 kills into the Nocturne's pocket. He's very strong at the moment already. The experimental attack play completed. That's 20 more ability hits on his ultimate. That's so much movement speed, so much attack speed, so much even kind of off tankiness at the moment for him with a Thunder extra in that build. so he can start building into more of a tanky build. I don't know, the Cleaver, the Titanic Hydra, or even I've seen that the Stridebreaker has come back to the meta now that it's a Hydra item. So he will be a force to be reckoned with. Soren J, he will get ult it, I think.
Yeah. Oh, and actually the worst part is Soren J gets baited. Good body block coming in here, so instead of the ADC, it might be the support. Yeah, that's going to be easy slamming the ult. However, there's going to be dangerous. I was wondering how quickly they could, but the TP from behind is going to be way better. Man, my eyes deceive me as Versik have a massive collapse and decimate Paragon. Last is going to be the last one. I mean, yes, you can 1v9, but not at this point in the game. It's easy. Spell slinging as Tycool picks up their second.
Oh, it's Jover. You said that you wanted to see the teams that can strive in all the chaos, that they can survive. They are molded by it, and it seems that Versik is that team. They see the play and they say, nah, I'd win. Instant double teleport, one from behind, one from the front. Make sure that everything connects, and they come ahead so far.
Oh man, it's still continuing now as Versik may have overstepped a little bit too far. And with the fight, you gotta remember, the death timers are low, but honestly, it's consolation prize, right? You get a shutdown, yes. I believe Last was able to pick that one up. Still not the best. Oh, come on. That wasn't under the 0.25 window, was it? That's ridiculous.
That's a riot, Monfrey Orbital. But yeah, you get the 700 gold shutdown. That's a lot of gold, especially when you're so early on in the game. It does accelerate you into building your 2-3 item spike. But I want your opinion, okay? Because I am a certified Ezreal hater trademark. I don't hate the champion. Okay. I hate the champion in competitive because I feel that it's so hard for them to convert their lead and actually deal damage. You see a Jinx with 3 items earlier in the game, you're like, okay, whoever she auto-attacks will die. You see an Ezreal with 3 items, you're like, okay, they are annoying, they can focus. But can they actually do something in teamfights when, on the other hand, shit, I can just walk up and say, no, you will never hit a Mystic Shot. Your Essence Flags will stop at me. You can hit with Crucial Barrage, you can try and auto-attack someone, but I've never seen a competitive Ezreal auto-attack champions bar, I don't know, Deft.
At that point, though, if you're able to do well with auto-attacks as well, then you're just scared, right? Then you're just like, why is this even happening? Why is this allowed? Why is Ezreal not dead would be my question at that point. At the current moment, though, we are getting a very, very harsh one-way TP coming in as Refresh is like, give me a chance. You do get the assist on yourself, but you're going to follow up backline with the Shockwave. Follow through a perfect spell shield. Ensure Strangler does not get knocked up. Perfectly timed as all things should be, and Versik swallow one more. Now Tycool getting burned down. He has Timotova tries to fight back, but Versik, this combination, the Nocturne Orianna, is well and alive and not patched out yet.
Yeah, and it must feel terrible to play as Paragon. You're doing one good play and you get answered with a couple from the side of Versik. They always have something to say. They always have some cooldowns up. They always have an answer to every single play after the first 7 minutes of the game. And Strangler, he's been at the top of his game, man. He's looking excellent. 5-1 and 2. That spell shield was chef's kiss.
I do feel, though, that I want to see it even more, right? I love the fact that they picked up the pace as compared to the early first few minutes. I want to see it even more. I want to see it continued, and this is the way to do it. Refresh now caught out, doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash. You are dead in the waters. Not a chance in the world, and no one else to follow up behind. And Versik, I think, feel this too, right? Because they are on a bit of a timer. The composition that Versik have is great, but I think the threat of the Acel is enough to maybe make them feel a little bit desperate, right? Timotova is only 1-1-0, not a bad score by any stretch of the imagination. So you can actually deal with this pretty well. I think if Paragon start kind of being able to shave off a lot of those deaths, you know, hey, go ahead, try and get these 1-1s, and this is not the way to do it, Timotova. I'm not sure what you were doing. I was just praising you for not dying, and then you go and do that. Versik find a freebie and 2 dragons to boot.
Come on, Overlord. You know that we as casters only have 2 powers, okay? The power to start and pause the game, and the other is to curse players. Why would you go and curse Timotova over there? Because that was a really questionable decision to just fly over there, like look at the Nautilus and say, what are you gonna do, hook me? because yes, of course they're gonna hook you. That's an extra kill for them into the Orianna's pocket, if I'm not mistaken, or Soren J's pocket. So they're looking fine, they're looking dandy. And right now, I was praising the cheese from Paragon's teamfight composition because there are the Twisted Advance and the Nature's Grasp from the Maokai. You have the Cease and Desist from the Vi. So much crowd control options. But if you can just knock Orianna the ASOL, then you should be fine. Ezreal shouldn't be able to 1v9 afterwards.
Oh my gosh, it's happening again. It's not stopping. Strangler is getting free kills and assists, and oh man. Strangler is literally firing these ults off pretty much off a cooldown, and I appreciate that because that means the rest of Versik are playing around this timer, right? They are literally playing around Strangler like, is your ult up? Good, we can fight. And it's really on the likes of Swarmblast. It's a perfect way to do it. We're not even worried because right now that rock in the top side is more like a pebble getting kicked around for free gold. 0, 3, and 1 Versik are showing why they are on the upswing, and Paragon need to figure out how to play from behind if they want to have a chance in this game.
Yeah, Refresh is picking a rock, but he's getting rolled over at the moment, and that's not good. He's not giving much value to his team. He's only got the basics, the Amazon TM basics with the Frozen Heart plus Bami Cinder, but that's not enough to survive. You're looking at the enemy side. There's a Kraken Blast Rage Blade for the Soren J, 10-stack Dark Seal early in the game for Tycool. Strangler, he doesn't care about you. He will spell shield the Unstoppable Force and make sure that it's pretty stoppable, to be honest with you. And when you're looking at tanks, you will always prefer the scaling, the extra resistances from his passive. The ornaments are so strong, giving you so much more gold value. And Shida, he's also looking great in the XP department. He's a level ahead. He should be starting upgrading his team inventories pretty soon.
I mean, I think just a few more minutes and you're like, yeah, we're good. We can start having that. I want to say the Hex tech is going to be upgraded for Tycool. We're going to see a little bit more power in Strangler as well. And really, the one on your screen right now for Paragon is kind of their win condition, right? Timotopper needs to have a really good mid game here if you want to have that power, because Snapix is going to try and run interference. Last is starting to get shut down a little bit. Was able to start CSing up a little bit more, but the target on their back, on the Ezreal's back, is just too easy to acquire. And the only reason I'm laying on Timotopper is the ASOL just brings with it a level of expectation, right? You expect this kind of pick to have impact, and if it doesn't, it's frustrating and kind of a letdown there. So I want to see a good game out of it. At the same time, Versik, though, all they have to do is keep playing their game every time. Off a cooldown for the Paranoia, use it, fire away. You can tower dive at this point as well if you wish.
Yeah, and I think off the cooldown is the key phrase here, because you cannot give time towards Paragon. Okay, they are scaling, and if they have the calm, the chillness to just go into an area, set up a little bit, dance around, and make sure that they can lay all the crowd control perfectly on top of each other like a nice plate of lasagna, then you're done for. Okay, that's the Wombo combo, that's the Bronzodia for you. But if you're keeping up the pressure, if you're making sure that Paragon can never group up, can never sync their cooldowns, can never be there when it matters as 5, then you're chilling as Versik, you're pretty flying and passing with flying colors, the test. But you need to keep doing that. And I see a little bit of a delay in the last 2-3 minutes. I don't see many moves. Whereas you have the spikes, you have the Shadow Flame on the Orianna, you have the Eclipse on Strangler, you have the Unspoken Parasite already upgraded in Shida's pocket. You need to keep the pressure on.
And I think the whole thing is Versik say, well, we know we want to put our pressure, right? We want to put it on some of these major objectives, and we want to get the objectives behind. So I'm not upset about it, but I do agree it's a little bit slower than our taste would like. A part of that is because Refresh is not stepping out any further, right? We see Refresh. Until you see everyone on the map, you can't step up. You need to have that Malphite in a good spot at the current moment. The dragon is being taken down, and Versik are going to be happy about that one. They collect. I mean, you give a tower to the top side. What is that? That's the first tower that Paragon have actually gotten. So you can sacrifice that for the dragon. It will be a Chemtech soul to play for, so Versic are going to have their work cut out for them if they do. I mean, that gives such great resistance down below. But Swarmblast, once again, is fighting inside the enemy jungle. There is no jungler to help, though. So because of this, Sheeta and the rest of the squad are kind of trying to pin their ways out. That is going to be a little bit of recall, though, as Paragon kind of trying to figure out exactly what they want to do. Keep eyes on the minimap, though, as Tycho is on the bot side pushing.
Yeah, and that's way better than Refresh pushing, because you don't have it on a tank, you have it on a carry, you're doing fine, you're getting resources when you did your resources. On the other hand, the Rift Herald has been used from the side of Paragon. It must have been expiring pretty soon. It's been many minutes since they acquired it, so they're getting nothing out of it. And I'm looking right now at Paragon. If you were the Paragon players, what would your comps be? What would the next move be for you to get an edge in this game?
I mean, for me, it's the understanding you're not going to have the free picks like you had before, right? After about 3 or 4 times of getting those solo picks, Paragon have adjusted. It's appropriate. You now say, hey, you can't get those freedoms. So Versic have to realize how to manufacture their own opportunities. You can't just play around the objectives. The slow pace is not going to favor them. You need to start maybe moving in, get some deep wards, follow Strangler and Swarmblast, who honestly have been an amazing duo thus far. Swarmblast stepping in here for this game for Versic, and it has looked amazing, right? I really do enjoy it. Also rotate in Tycool as Soren J. Get a little bit more ballsy with your step-ups and your siege, I would say.
Yeah, and maybe even pull Refresh out of the side lane, I'd say. Do you really need to give all those resources, all that solo XP and gold to the Malphite? I'm not really sure. He should be fine with the mid lane wave clearing there. Maybe give a couple more waves to Laspet so he can clear mid and bot together. He has access to the teleport as well, so he can be a split push carry for the team, just to make sure that you are giving money wherever they're needed.
Current point, though, this Baron is actually very risky. It was only 4 people doing it, and they are actually quite low. Good smite to take it away, but how many are actually going to survive? Good knock up in the back. The Unstoppable Force grabs the Orianna, and it will be a kill. A very late ult from the side of Timatoper will secure the rest, and it is going to be a final shred as Sheeta will now fall. It's 3 dead for the Baron. Versa keep their jungler and ADC alive, but look at the pressure Paragon currently have, pushing down the top and mid.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's worth. You could have abandoned the Baron as soon as you saw the teleport going down and just turned on to the fight. That should have been way better for you as Versic. Now you're giving away so many shutdowns. The Orianna had a shutdown, and I think also Timatoper got hold of it, so that's excellent for the side of Paragon. They got 2 towers in the mid lane, which had an objective bounty on top of them. You're looking fine, you're looking dandy. The Gauntlet touched 6k a minute ago, and now it's less than 2.5. Sorry, my math is I'm very fast at math, but not good.
Yeah, we do fast math, not good math. There's a very big difference, and I agree with you there, Rev. I mean, it is close, right? That's the thing, and here's the part about it. The gold leads, obviously, the longer you go on, the less it matters, and at this point, we're actually more worried about where that gold's actually being funneled. We don't care that it's a 2k total gold lead. It's who is getting that gold, and at this point, it's going on the appropriate people. Timatoper and Lass are starting to build out 2.5 for the side of Timatoper. Has that Seeker's Arm Guard for a little bit of safety. On the bottom side, it is going to be Lass having that completed mana as well, or the mirror mana, and now even picks up the Navori quick plates. Like, this is a scary Ezreal. Versic's lead that they had prior got shredded by a slight miscalculation on how they want to do a global objective, and now they're in fear of having it happen again in a minute at Dragon.
Yeah, and they don't have the vision they want to have. They want to keep picking out enemy laners. They want to go into enemy jungle as they do right now and try and find the knock Orianna combo, try to perma crowd control somebody, but it's not there because they don't know where the enemy is. Now Snapex showed himself, so maybe he's in trouble, but they're still waiting for the Ori ball, and until it gets there, Snapex is already out and away.
I'm really watching. Oh, very nice pickup there. I'm really watching where these TPs and where these kind of in-plays are going to go. Right now, we've seen a nice set of just kind of like one-dimensional plays. A lot of time, Versic and Paragon have kind of gone straight through the front door in a lot of these fights. I mean, you take a look at Paragon's Baron attempt, or the fight against the Baron attempt. It was just very straightforward. So this time around, I'm also watching, right? Versic, you can see entirely clear on their backside. No wars to TP to. for Timotopper. So Timotopper more looking at just containing this top side, trying to get a tower. And Versus say, okay, we'll get the dragon. We put ourselves on soul point. That's great. We get this objective. It's a small step forward, but it's one that we desperately needed.
Yeah, and I really like the move from Paragon this time, because they don't do what I like to call the tourist objective, where they go there, just take pictures, make sure they grab a magnet for the fridge or something, and get nothing in the end of the day. Even if you don't get the tower, this time you're getting resources onto Timotopper. That's who you need to funnel, that's who you want to carry with all the stack, with all those items. He's getting close to the Zhonya's Hourglass. That's an extra 120 AP. That's nothing to sneeze at. And you're looking good. You're giving out whatever you need to give out to take something on the other side of the map. What are you waiting for, however, in order to play the game? Do you want to complete the Zhonyas? Then are you looking to use that wombo combo? I still to see them just group, make sure to start with the Unstoppable Force or the Season Deceased, follow up the Sky's Descent with all the rest of your cooldowns, so that you're able to use all those tools that you have in your arsenal.
I love the fact that you pointed it out, because it's true, right? We've seen Versik with their wombo combo to an extent. We really haven't seen Paragon, right? They haven't had the opportunity to group up and be a menace at this point. We're seeing like maybe like 2 of 5 or 3 of 5, and if it is a decent wombo combo, it's usually just picking up the pieces, right? Trying to play a little bit safe. The current moment, though, a little bit of safety around, and again, the posturing. This is all we're seeing from both these squads. And I mean, they're falling into a pit here, Rev. They're taken from good old NA, just kind of boking around the mid lane, and Soren J loses their flash. A very nice attempt, but in comes a follow through. This is the combo you want, and in comes the Paranoia. So a fight breaking out mid. Paragon are the first ones on the scene with all 5, though, and that's the main point. Look at the burn coming in. Timotopper getting quite low, dashes over the wall, is going to try and get a couple of the oranges while it is going to be Sheeta coming from the side. But how much damage do they really have? Tycool is trying to shred, and it's 3 on top of 2. Problems abound from Versik at the first proactive engage from Paragon. Goes extremely well. The HP shred will annihilate Sheeta, as Sheeta is going to fall. Paragon rip right back, and in one of the most convincing battles of this game, are pushing down mid lane.
Simple as, lads, simple as, because what you need to do, make sure that the enemy immobile carry has no flash. You spend 1 of your cooldowns for it, and then the rest are sure to hit. Maybe even the game, because they're 5 man strong. They have a wave, Refreshed can tank for ages, and there's nobody that can deal with them.
I'm looking at Strangler. Strangler's really the one, but look how fast these towers are going down. Timotopper's down. Timotopper is down, and I think they have to run. They can't finish it off, and now this is going to be a chance for Swarmblast. Can you get something? Taking a look at this Baron as well. If the fight goes away at Versik, they can look at the Baron, but that's a turnaround. Refresh goes in, and Sepix is still alive. Versik tried their best, but they don't have the damage behind. A little bit of heal comes out. Tycool actually was able to heal up. Now's the follow through, and it looks like it will be the finisher. Drippy Darren is dropped, and it's a triple kill for Tycool, and they will try and salvage this rest of the game with the Baron. But my gosh, Paragon, solid fight to open up Versik space.
Yeah, now maybe they get the Baron. I think that should be theirs, and they're risking nothing for it. But what can they take with the Baron? That will be the big question for the side of Versik. That will decide if they're back in the game or they're just stalling for time. They have the gold lead. How much does the gold lead matter against that big Aesol, against that Ezreal with almost 4 items, and against that big rock?
I mean, this is getting to be interesting, right, Rev? Like this is the second time that Versik have gotten the Baron, and the first time it didn't go so well. I think they got like a tower, and that was about it. I'm excited to see what they can do here. Paragon, though, I am watching them like a hawk. Merc Tread's coming out, refreshed, starting to build into that MR a little bit heavier. You are solid and ready to go. At this point, the shred is not making me happy, and that is going to be a bloom on Tycool. That item is one that, to me, has a bit of off and on. You are basically sacking and saying, I'm not the big carry, but you are 7, 2, and 6, so you have decided to not optimize damage and instead try and heal up the rest of the team. We'll see if that actually plays out. So far, 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, the heal always have felt a little bit of lackluster to me. To be honest with you, on the other hand, you're saying, okay, I want the quick results. I don't want to invest a lot of money. I want to have the quick penetration. Yes, it's 10% less, but it's still penne. Maybe the enemies are not way too tanky on the Mars side, and so you can invest in your next item. We see the Verdant already completed. That means that they will have access to the spell shield every so often, and that can be the game changer when you're playing versus so many crowd control.
All right, well, we're seeing this happen. Stormbless is going to try and run interference, but Dragon is the main thing. They go in. Who gets the spike? Who's going to get it? It is taken away by the side of Snemek. And now the big ult comes in as the Wallop is there. Paragon destroy the likes of Versik again. And it is on Timatoper's HP bar. And Refresh batters out Soren J. You don't need the soul. All you need is a little bit of strength. Timatoper the Dragon is fully online, and the Nexus is ripe for the taking.
Yeah, it's exposed. Nocturne's alive. No GA, no paranoia, or cannot deal any damage. Can they defend this?
I'm not sure. It's 4v2, and she does already have health. Timatoper melting him last, pumping out the damage. And they're just gonna walk him around the park. It is GG to Paragon. A little bit of a rusty early game, but the late game was all the Dragon.
Yeah, who cares about the early game when you have the wombo combo, the rock tree cop? I don't know, combo, because they had everything. They had all those huge crowd control moments. They had the ways to get into the enemy backline. They had the ways to shred the enemy front line. And GG, Paragon is the one to keep the streak rolling.
And I love the fact that you're pointing out the differences between the compositions, right? With Versik, they had access to the back line, but we didn't see that come to mid to late game, so their options were a little bit constrained, right? They weren't able or allowed to play front to back, which is what they had to do. They wanted to access the back line. They wanted that Orianna Nocturne style. However, on the flip side, you have two different ways to engage the fight and deal with these opponents, right? You can go to the back line if you wish. You can find that Varus, or you can just melt the front line. Sheeta literally was a rock at the beginning and then turned into a puddle of water at the end in front of Rev. This has got to show Paragon some strength, but I mean, for Versik, what does this mean for them?
Well, it means that they have to take a good look at their mid game, because they had a very solid early game, okay? And I think saying that it was very solid is an understatement. But then it feels like they got complacent. They pumped the brakes. They said, okay, we don't need to do anything. And that's where they got beat. They need to keep pressuring. That's what the good teams do. They get a lead and they keep pressuring. They're strangling the enemy team. They're giving no resources. They're giving no way for you to claw back into the game. And that's the next step for them. If they manage to keep very strong and competent early game, then you just need to make sure that the enemy cannot claw back into the late game. That's a very easy way for them to go forward.
All right, well, to break that down on how they could have done that or what could have been better, as well as Paragon's victory and clawing it right back at the very end, we will go ahead and throw it back to our desk to break down that game. Desk, take it away.
Thank you so much, casters. What a game from Paragon. Lions Creed Academy would be proud of that comeback, folks. Well executed. They move to 3 and 4 as Verzik's charge has been stalled. You can see on the scores here, there's a lot of impressive numbers from both sides, particularly, I think, from Verzik. Strangler on that Nocturne had an absolutely exceptional first 25 minutes of that game, but ultimately Paragon were able to turn it around and pull it back and secure that win. So, the first thing I think we need to get out of the way, Sheikah and I have been waiting for this for a long time. Last Ezreal won a game of League. Thank you very much, the gods of the Rift, for gifting this guy a win. He's been waiting for it for a long time, Sheikah, and he's finally got there.
Absolutely. If I cast people's minds back to week 1, day 1, Paragon versus Nuclear Vikings, it looked like that could have been a very good game for Paragon. They could have got the win. They could have had the first last Ezreal win right at the start of the split. Didn't quite go their way, and it's been rough ever since. But now, today against Verzik, Last finds that Ezreal win, and this is arguably one of Last's best champions. So comfortable, so aggressive. Just extremely happy to play this champion in any situation. I was concerned in the draft. There's a lot of front lines, a lot of big health bars on the enemy team for Verzik in this game. Last just looks him in the eye, dead in the eye, and says, "Okay, good night.
Yeah.
You don't get to live against me." And it's refreshing. Pardon.
And it wasn't the easiest game for him for those first 25 minutes, but once the window was open, he was ready to step through very, very confidently. But we need to give fair credit to the first 25 minutes of that game. Temporal, Verzik were running that one mostly off the back of Strangler's Nocturne. Talk to us a little bit about what he was doing in this game. He was everywhere, you know? He was making every single play work for them.
Yeah, I think we've even got a replay to boot. It's a really great early game performance. It was clear, even though the Nocturne was bullied on his first clear, that there was enough in the tank for them to make some plays, and this was the way Verzik wanted to play at the early game. We've seen it engage here, Paragon go heavy in the bot lane, they absolutely obliterate the support, and then Strangler absolutely nails
the
enemy AD carry with that channeled up, synced up Orianna ult outside of its range. That's what the following of Command the Protect can do if you leave its range. And even though there's a re-engage, and even though Tycle's health drops slightly, members of Verzik walk away from this one nice and happy with their prize in tow.
Yeah, absolutely. The Nocturne putting in a heck a lot of work for Verzik, and we can still see the power that has gotten them those couple of wins, and kind of almost gotten this win over Paragon. It looked like they were
in the lead.
Yeah, it looked like I was like putting in, in the production channel, let's just get that Strangler spotlight ready. We're going easy. Verzik dub coming in here. We're going to get our prep done nice and early. We're going to coast into the last desk. But alas, it was not to be. Sheikah, Paragon turned this game around in a pivotal fight in the mid lane. What do you think it is that allowed them to do this? Is this the scaling success of their draft? Is it just an execution thing that they managed to just put all the pieces together at the right moment?
It's hard to say, but I do think that a lot of it comes from the sheer ability to play so well as a team. This team has been together for so long. Sure, there's been different iterations, but I mean, you can see what happens. I think this is actually the last fight of the game before they end.
Yeah.
You just see that there is strong decisions to stick Drake, let your Ezreal poke them out before they get the chance to step in. And when that Drake is done, the trigger is pulled. Refresh flies into the backline, finds two with the unstoppable force, and it's all she wrote. The end, Sheeta and Strangler are the only ones left alive, and they aren't realistically going to have the damage to take down every single member. So I think it largely is coming down to the synergy and ability. I think this is the fight that we were talking about just a second ago, where Timotopper does get caught, and the fight looks kind of dire for Paragon, but somehow this A-Soul lives, and Last is free firing for most of the rest of this fight. It's knowing your carries, playing to those carries, having the communication to know where you're playing and how aggressive you're playing is a massive part.
I think such fantastic target selection as well. Didn't hit Shieda with a single thing. It wasn't actively body blocked until he was the only target there. So even though Timotopper had Tizonias and Flash away, Lasp was just layering so much damage so fast. It's a real shame the dragon goes down to Soren there. That would have been the game a few minutes earlier.
Yeah, it was very, very close here, and we saw that last fight a little earlier. It did end up being enough to turn the tide in Paragon's favor, but you can see even at this point, it's so close to them just taking down Strangler and being able to take full control again. This game went right down to the wire in these last few fights. But ultimately, Paragon were able to get it done. We were thinking that the top lane might be impactful. Sheeta and Refresh, we were waiting to see them. They ended up stepping out of the spotlight. We did see some big ults from both of them. But then it was Strangler stepping up in the jungle for Verzik, and Timotopper on the A-Soul, and Last on the Ezreal, the carries of Paragon stepping up. So now that we have this 3 and 4 Paragon roster, the last thing I want to touch on here is how far do you think this team can go? Because now they seem to have worked it out. They've cracked the code. They've worked out what works best for them. They're still putting together strong early games, still sometimes struggling a little bit in the mid games. And now that we have this top 3 that we know are still fighting over each other, Venom Crest have been shown to bleed, Ruddy are getting a little better, Lions Creed have never been flawless, but they're still, lossless. So, Sheikah, how do you feel about the potential that Paragon has? How deep of a run do you think they can make? Would you deign to put them maybe at the top of the mid pack now, just below our top 3?
think it's possible. I'm gonna be the optimist in the situation. I do think it's possible. I do think, kind of stepping back from an analytical standpoint, and we're going to a coach's mindset for this. I do think that they have to tighten up that early mid-game transition. That seems to be where they're getting exploited the most. Is that early game is solid. It's not always amazing. Kind of, you know, they will sacrifice things and give over leads at different points. But they're largely playing scaling comps. It's kind of what you expect in the early game. Is you can't win out on everything. If you get caught off guard, you will just lose out. Your late game is very, very good. You're showing that you can play very, very well as a well-oiled machine past the 25-30 minute mark. You just need that early mid transition to really start to tighten up, so that you can coast from early to mid to late without too much trouble, and that will allow you to play these games out so much quicker, so much cleaner, and possibly and most probably solidify you as top of that mid pack, possibly even matching up with some of the top three.
Yeah, we know they've got the firepower to go into the late game and come out on top. They've just got to clean up their journey to get there. Let's get the standings up here and take a look at the lay of the land. And Temporal, while we're doing that, to close off on Verzik, who are now 2-5 still with DMG and Belfast Storm starting to fall behind a little bit. From what we've seen of this game and coming up those two previous wins, I guess a similar question for you is what do you think the potential of this roster is? It's obviously very different from the roster we came to know last split that ended up making a surprisingly deep playoffs run. Do you feel like there is still that extra kind of height to the ceiling of Verzik with this new roster that can maybe surprise a few people when we come to the end of the season?
I think it's going to be a huge scrap for that 6th place. I think that's what Verzik have got their eyes on, and Belfast Storm and Nuclear Vikings, judging by today's games also. Probably trying to sneak in there at the bottom. I don't know what sort of advantage they can then try and pull out to get that deep run that we saw from Verzik last split. And that was style. And now the Verzik composition we saw today didn't capitalize well on style. They put Shader on on duty. It saw a good mid 2 versus 2, but that wasn't able to convert through, wasn't able to take out both the Ezreal and the Aurelion Sol all at once. So I want to see them address how they're going to come into these games stylistically, what's going to allow them to easily overwhelm an opponent's composition when there are key weaknesses to it. Wouldn't mind seeing a second team fight or assassin pick. I think a Jax in the top side, even though it does lose to the Malphite coincidentally. Would have allowed them at least the ability to come in over the top of the mid 2v2 and convert the extra kill to take away from a 2-threat composition. I think looking at the games they won in the first half, the DMG loss will probably be sustained. The Verzik side won over Belfast Storm and Nuclear Vikings, and they are their peers right now. I think winning over once again should allow them a path through into that 6th place, or at least a close 7th.
Yeah, for sure. If there's one thing I would love for Verzik to keep, if they're still building out this cohesive style, I really hope they keep Strangler on these very kind of active, dynamic spearhead junglers, because this was a great game from him. We've seen a lot of proactive play out of him, and it seems like he's a great leader in those early and mid plays for this Verzik roster. I've got high hopes for him and the rest of this team and the rest of the standings as we move on through. We're now halfway through the split, everybody. We've done one full round robin, one more to go, and then playoffs calls us in the future. For now, thank you for watching another day of Four Nations. UK and Ireland League continuing to deliver day in, day out. I have been Trajan, joined by Temporal and Sheikah on the cast. Thank you, Project Gap.
Should we spoil the news about next week?
Oh, shoot. Yeah, give it to us.
I think it's been announced,
Spoil
but
it.
you're
Leak
actually watching the show. So in lieu of an official announcement, we are looking to resume live viewing of games. You've been watching live observed replays. These games are one day behind. So these games were played on Monday. We've got Thursday. We've got today's games in the bank. We're going to try doing this weekend. When we actually ship them, maybe before Monday's show, maybe at the weekend. Get on X, get at the UK, _UKEL, and we'll be announcing real soon that we will be looking to get back on live and bring you all of the action as it happens on the Rift for all of your friends and UK and Irish players.
Yeah, we'll get back to the highest stakes gameplay on live with no replays. It means we will have to, once again, we will not be able to start the game anymore. So sadly, the meme will have to return. But for now, we're going to wrap up the stream. We will hopefully see you guys at the weekend when we're catching up finally with our last few replayed games. And then back on Monday hopefully on live to continue with the second round robin. Thank you everyone for watching. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your Thursday, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah. Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk, in reality, you have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight, you ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade at Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you try.